I got to figure out one thing. When I invite you, it still uses my Mark or M. Miller at Florida Sports Network. And I changed everything over to a different email for the StreamYard, but it didn't do it for inviting. So I got to figure out what's going on there. It's my object for job of the day. As we go forward, that email address will be gone.
Right.
But I'm using it. I'm using a different Google address just because it's a lot easier on this system to have a Gmail address than it is to have the Mark at Miller and Moulton. If you know what I mean.
Sure.
Attaway, Jules, gold medal.
Well done, Jules. And in under a minute, too.
And what do you think about for a poll question this morning, Jules? That's what you get for the gold medal. Come up with the poll question.
How excited are you for the Olympics?
I think that's the question. Do you have Olympic fever?
Feeney with the silver. Oh, Baby Jules seems fired up for the Olympics. Exclamation point and everything. Yeah.
Choices, I have the fever. I'll watch. Not interested. You good with that?
Yeah. And Benny, 2 minutes in, Benny is able to sneak in with the bronze. Morning, guys.
Poll questions up. Show's ready to go. Holy Toledo.
I'll tell you. Oh, here we go. Little AJC, little Arch. AJC, very, very official. Good morning, Mark and David. Why, good morning, AJC. You sound very gentlemanly.
Olympians always get free condoms, Feeney. That's the key staple to the Olympic Village.
I think it's the only reason the U.S. men's basketball team is visiting the Olympic Village. But you know, to get an idea, though, did you read Tim Reynolds' post?
No.
From like a half hour ago? The AP writer out of Miami, for those that don't know. Oh, not for you. I was just for those listening. If you don't know, Tim Reynolds, fine AP writer out of Miami, likes our show, won't come on it. It's because he doesn't do sports radio. He said, to give you an idea around the world how big the NBA players are, there are about 100 media photographers and what have you that are taking pictures of the NBA players' name cards. They hadn't even arrived for the presser yet. They're taking pictures of Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry. E.B. Hill, good morning. And Mr. Flacco.
That's someone trolling, wanting us to buy something.
Well, but they don't stay in the village, though, Arch. EB's wondering if you got his email, Mark.
I did, EB. Sorry, I did not respond to you. Yesterday got a little crazy. I will get to you today. I apologize.
If anybody needs to reach out to me, if you go to my quote Twitter handle or X handle, my email address is listed there.
All right. 15 seconds.
Ambien has the fever. I think I'm hearing an echo.
Miller and Moulton, good morning. Somehow, David, you didn't hear the music cues, and
Nope.
that's probably on me, and I don't know why. Now I do. There you go. You'll get them next time.
Okay.
Someone comes in here and hits a lot of buttons every day, and the buttons are different when I arrive in the morning than when I left the day before. And sometimes I miss one. Apparently, I missed one this morning, so that's on me.
All right. Well, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Had to get that out of the way, Mark. That's how we roll. By the beginning year 19 today, since yesterday was our 18th anniversary. So beginning year 19 today. And hoping to see your 20.
A little hitch in our giddy up.
Yeah, that's all right. That's about par for the course for Miller and Moulton. We think we're going to have a great show today. We just don't quite have it nailed down yet. Okay, today we're like a hockey game. Today we're going to be changing on the fly, I think, in terms of guests. Okay, we got a lot of fish, got a lot of lines in the water. All right, I'm pretty sure we're going to catch a couple fish. We just haven't caught them yet. So bear with us. How you doing? Did you get over the hump yesterday? Okay, how's your week going?
I did. Busy day yesterday for me, so easily to get over the hump. Wednesday's gymnastics day for the daughter, so I'm running around all day getting her ready for that. Watched a little Yankees-Mets last night. Oh, boy, the Yankees are struggling in all facets right now.
Quick sidebar, because there are a few Yankee fans out there, and besides, Mark, you so named this during our second act. This hour is what?
It's the baseball hour, David.
So the Yankees, to review, ladies and gentlemen, you may not even be a big Yankees fan or a baseball fan for that matter, but just to give you an idea how things are going. So in their first 72 games, they go 50-22. It's really good. In their next 32 games, they go 10-22.
It doesn't seem to be as good, David.
To lose as many games in 32 games as you lost in 72 games. Wow. That's tough to do. But they've done it. Congratulations. This looking an awful lot like 2 years ago when they started the season 50-20 and finished up 49-43 the rest of the way and played roughly 500 ball in the playoffs also, and then played basically 500 ball all of last year. Whew, man. And that's with their payroll. Mike Vaccaro, fine columnist for the New York Post, wrote a column last night saying, yeah, it's a good thing George doesn't own the team right about now.
If George owns the team, how many trades would be made in the next week?
Well, it's not that. It's that George Steinbrenner famously one time said in March, this was before interleague play, when the Yankees and the Mets only played in spring training, and they played for the Mayor's Trophy. However many times they played in spring training, it'd usually be 5. And they played whoever won 3 out of 5 or more won the Mayor's Trophy. And Steinbrenner said in spring training, if we don't make the Mayor's Trophy, people are getting fired. That was the Mayor's Trophy. The Mets just beat the Yankees 4 out of 4 this year. They just humiliated them 12-3, hitting 5 homers. They outscored the Yankees in the 4 games, something to the tune of like 41-12. I mean, you don't think heads would be rolling today in the Bronx if Steinbrenner still owned the team?
No, and I mean, it's these 2 games in particular, the last 2, were indicative of what everything that's bad about the Yankees. They pitched around Judge. No one else was able to produce any offense for them.
Right?
And then their pitching let them down. Starters and bullpen. I mean, this is basically a microcosm, David, of what their whole season's been in the last 2 days.
This is how bad also. There's very little bulletin board material in baseball. It's 162 games. It's tough to, put stuff up on the bulletin board and what have you. The season's just too long. You play too often. Well, the Mets have a pitcher, Luis Severino, who pitched for the last 7-8 years with the Yankees. And he's still friendly, obviously, with a lot of his former teammates. And I have to admit, I didn't like this. But, one of the guys in the group chat revealed, there was some friendly trash talking going on. Some of the Yankee guys were saying to Severino, they busted his chops. He didn't pitch against them the first time around. Hey, you're going to be man enough to pitch against us the next time. Severino's like, listen, not my decision. Besides, you guys only have 2 good hitters. Okay, I'd love to pitch against you. Just some friendly banter back and forth. Well, that text got revealed about a week or so ago. And then Severino was asked about it, and he said, oh, yeah, absolutely. That's how I feel. He goes, now they're really good hitters. He goes, but they only got 2 of them. And so that was bulletin board material. I mean, all the New York media went to the Yankees and said, what do you think about this? Okay, and so the Yankees were well aware heading into the series. All the other guys knew that basically the Mets thought, you guys kind of suck. Those 2, really good. Rest of you kind of suck. Mark, how many runs they score these 2 games?
3 last night, and the night before, that was even worse, right? They
was 2
runs. They won 3-2.
Yeah, and one of the 3
The
runs
Mets
last night,
2, I should say.
And one of the 3 runs last night was in the 9th when they were down 12-2. So not only did the Yankees lose, the Yankees were, in a sense, in a small way, trash talked leading into the series, and then got beat 15-5 in the 2-game series.
And, David, trash talked is almost too strong, except for the fact that it got to the media. It was all fun and games until the entire New York media was aware of the jocularities between a group chat, and it became public. At that moment, you're right, David, it becomes trash talk, and the stands were packed. Everybody was aware of it. It's still, this series in New York is still a really big deal.
Apparently there was a brawl in the stands. Apparently the Yankees-Mets game turned into a Giants-Dodgers game in LA, which is just disgusting. All right. But yeah, I mean, when it's on the back page of the Post and the Daily News, it's a thing. So anyway, I mean, this is where I have to admit, and I have nothing against the Yankees at all. I've never, ever had a bad feeling towards the Yankees. In fact, I've always admired them. I watched them a lot growing up because 100 of their games were on, even though I was a Mets fan. Okay, I actually want the Yankees to do well. I love Jeter. Okay, loved watching those Yankees teams play. All right, but seriously, this is where you take a look at them. They are 2 great players and not much else. And, their pitching was overachieving, and now it looks as if their pitching's kind of a bit worn out. They're suffering injuries, just like every team is suffering pitching injuries. And, right now, listen, Mark, they're worried the Red Sox are going to catch them for a wild card spot. The Red Sox are 4 back of the Yankees right now, and they're worried the Red Sox are going to catch them. The Yankees were 50-22.
They should be worried. I mean, that they are catchable the way they're playing right now. Now, the Red Sox gave up a 20 spot yesterday in Colorado, so they got the break yesterday in that game. Holy Toledo.
By the way, best thing that happened to Cora, the manager of the Red Sox, was rumors that he was going to become the Yankees manager. All of a sudden, Boston paid him $7 million a year for the next 3 years. So Cora's like, yeah, we lost 2 out of 3 in Colorado. We're 1-5 after the All-Star break. I got paid. I'm good.
I am doing just fine. No doubt there.
So anyway, it is interesting. The Yankees and Braves are both really struggling. And the Braves because of injuries. The Yankees because apparently half their team sucks. Which is difficult to explain how you can be spending that much money and have half your team suck. So I don't know, Mark, once again, it seems to me as if the general manager of the Yankees isn't doing his job. Now, I've only been saying that for about 8 years. But
Only 8?
Well, no, probably a little longer, actually.
Probably. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a little longer.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing. He keeps protecting the future. That's funny. Do you know there aren't many baseball teams who have done a worse job of developing their own players than the Yankees? Sir, you could look it up. You could look it up over the last 20 years. Okay, the Yankees' best players are acquired. Judge is the exception. I mean, honestly, the Yankees, now they develop pitching. They do, especially relievers. But position players,
Well,
they
and
do
all the
not
kids,
do a
that,
good job.
Volpe's come up and not done much. I mean, the guys that they expected,
Also, Mark, a lot of their players do really well early in their tenure and get worse the longer they stay at the major league level.
and you brought it up a couple of weeks ago, the Judge has his own hitting coach, and they've questioned the whole hitting philosophy of what the Yankees are doing.
His hitting coach didn't question the philosophy. His hitting coach publicly trashed the Yankees organization and how they go about developing their prospects. And you kind of have to maybe acknowledge he's right. This Judge guy's doing pretty well and keeps doing pretty well. And the whole league's adjusted to him. They've made 2 or 3 adjustments to Judge. He's still crushing them. So anyway, but the trade deadline's what, 6:00 Tuesday? I don't know. Listen, a lot of deadlines get overhyped. Drafts get overhyped. Oh, we're going to have a lot of trades. We're going to have a lot of this. You got like 10 teams in each league that are competing for 6 playoff spots. This should be chaos.
Should
for
be.
the next 4 days. It really should be nuts for 5 days.
But I'm not getting the sense from what I'm reading that it's going to be, David.
Well, then I'm sorry. People are failing at their jobs. Mark, if you owned one of those 20 teams and your general manager doesn't do much over the next 5 days, do you feel your general manager has done their job or not?
He hasn't. He's failed the team if he hasn't got made moves. There's too many teams that have a shot to win. Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
The amount of medical and biomedical research advances
I must say, I watched that Hard Knocks. It leads up to the draft. Gets right to the draft. It stops basically as the draft is starting. So the next episode will all be the draft.
For the Giants?
Yeah, Dable swears like a champ. The number of F-bombs he drops. Doesn't matter who's in the room either.
Feeney, we're going to talk about that next. But it is amazing to me. I mean, being awarded an Olympic Games used to be the biggest story in sports. And if you look at a lot of major websites yesterday and they list, their top 6, 8, 10 stories, Salt Lake City being awarded the Winter Olympics didn't even make the survey. I don't know. I kind of think it's a big deal. No?
Yeah, I guess.
So we'll talk about that. I just.
And I love the Winter Games. I might be able to see curling live in 2034, David.
That's right. Break out your Lillehammer shirt.
If I still, I gotta get me. You know what? That's what I got to order. New U.S. curling shirt.
Oh, you got a few years. Adam, I think it's the Giants, by the way.
Oh, of those four, it's got to be the Giants because they don't know if they have a quarterback.
Well, actually, they know
They know.
they don't have one.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. By the way, how about these magic numbers? 7. Week from tonight, the Hall of Fame game. Main helmets and shoulder pads. In action, real tackling.
Well, we'll see about that.
Well, no. They're actually guys are going to be taken to the ground. No. They're going to play tackle football. New kickoff rule.
Bad tackling.
Oh, well, yeah. But I mean, this is more than just 11 on 11, if you know what I mean.
I gotcha.
I mean, they're going to keep score. They're going to throw penalties and everything. I mean, this may sound crazy. I'm actually excited to see the new kickoff.
I am and I'm not because I don't know who's going to show us anything in the preseason. I don't know how much they're going to work on the kicks in the preseason. Like, I don't think there'll be a lot of tells, if you know what I mean.
So if you were the special teams coach, you would just say to your kicker, just kick the sucker through the end zone. I don't care if they started on the 30.
Every time in preseason. Kick every one of them through the end zone.
All right. 30 days away from week 0. 30 days away, 4 weeks Saturday, Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. 5 weeks Saturday, 37 days away, week 1 of the college football season, that first Saturday. And 6 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs getting the NFL season started. 7, 30, 37, 42 are your magic numbers this morning. Hey, can you help me out? When did being awarded the Olympic Games not be a big deal? When did a U.S. city being awarded an Olympic Games stop being a big deal? Because I can tell you at the very least the answer was yesterday.
No, I think it's long before that.
Really?
And I understand you threw in the U.S. because we've not hosted since.
Well, I mean, let's see. We did Atlanta in 96. We had Salt Lake City in 2002.
So that's the last time we've hosted, right?
I believe so. Either the summer or the winter. Yes. And so L.A. got awarded 2028. The next summer games is in the States.
And I don't, David, when that was announced, I don't recall that being a big deal. I remember it being announced, but I certainly don't recall it being a big deal. And people going, oh, we got the Olympics in LA. Stop the presses.
And I mean, now the Winter Olympics in 10 years is coming back to the States.
Chance for me to see live curling,
which you're a big fan of. Goes back to your time at Lillehammer.
Exactly.
And it's a long story. It's early in our second act. You had to have been with us. Okay. But Mark's all into curling, and, he walks around, he's got curling paraphernalia, and then people see him and they go, and he goes, oh yeah, Lillehammer. And then he just goes with it. Just like we had a friend who, really, what do you do? Oh, I did the weather maps for Google. That was his thing, trying to pick up women. I did the weather maps on Google. Oh, really? Yeah. Total fabrication. So anyway, Mark, we try really hard to pay attention to the sports world. And sometimes we miss things. We do, or we don't talk about things enough, or sometimes we talk about the wrong things too much. But we try really hard. And I go on a bunch of sites to just check what are they talking about, make sure I don't miss a story. I mean, there are major .coms that cover sports in this country that list their top 6, 8, 10 stories. And Salt Lake City being awarded the Winter Olympics did not make the survey. What? It's that? Really? We don't care about this anymore?
Well, interesting that you say that, David, because the Olympics is part of our poll question today. You know, those poll questions, we got to get them up.
Right. Well, and in theory, we'll put a sponsor on it too. It'll be the blah, blah, blah poll question of the day. Yeah, and if you want to be blah, 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 reach out to us.
We'd love to hear from blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
21,000's the text line, wide open. By the way, yesterday, who has more pressure on them this season? The Dolphins or the Gators? Nice turnout in votes. The Dolphins ended up getting 60% of the vote. You think the Dolphins have slightly more pressure than do the Gators? But
I actually think that's a little bit of a Miller and Moulton influence there. We both voted the Dolphins. I'm wondering if we convinced a few people because I was sure the Gators were going to win that poll.
a lot of Dolphin fans out there. Lots of Dolphin fans out there.
Who also, they nearly a quarter century without winning a playoff game. They're fed up. They're tired.
But we asked today, how excited are you for the Olympics?
Do you have the fever?
Or I'll watch, or simply not interested.
Oh, is that really one of the possibilities, the fever?
I have the fever is the first possibility.
I just did that in honor of your wife because that's the question she asked you last week. Do you have the fever? And you're like, no, man, I don't have COVID or typhoid. What? No, I'm good. And I was just kind of honoring your wife there. I didn't realize that was an answer.
That is an answer.
So let me get this straight. How excited are you for the Olympics? And our first answer is I have the fever.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll watch, and then not interested. And I put down I'll watch because I don't have the fever. I will be forced to. I may be injected with it at some point over the course of the next 2 weeks. But I was able to one-up her yesterday when I said, the Olympics started today. She said, they start Friday. I said, no. We're playing soccer and rugby already. Got to get these in during the time that's due. So watched a little Olympic soccer yesterday. We lost, by the way. In case you were wondering, the U.S. lost in soccer in an international event.
Men's soccer. It is important to point out men's soccer. But this is how bad we are at men's soccer, Mark. It's the first time we've actually qualified for the Olympics in 16 years.
That is amazing.
It's depressing. All right. I understand we only send about our fourth best athlete to play that sport, but come on, we can't even qualify for the Olympics? What the heck? So, listen, I don't want to say the Olympics are off to an interesting start, but we've got the spy scandal. Remember
right.
The whole...
In case you're wondering, that's the New Zealand-Canada soccer match in which Canada sent drones to film the New Zealand practice.
Right, but it wasn't someone officially associated with the Canadian soccer team, but they were kind of sort of with the soccer team. Okay. Apparently, they're actually going to do some swimming events in the big river there that goes through Paris, and apparently the river is apparently it's like what's the river outside the stadium in Cleveland there? That
Cuyahoga, I believe,
that caught on fire.
Yes.
Apparently, this river is only slightly cleaner than that river when it caught on fire. And all these important people have been jumping into the pool of the river like every 3 days for the last 2 weeks to prove that the water is safe.
Yeah, and they've been protesting because they were going to have a giant, take a deuce in the river day.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, that's the protest that's going on the other side. It's the French,
and
they'll do their thing.
And the number one seeded tennis player on the men's side withdrew from the Olympics for, wait for it, tonsillitis. Now, don't get me wrong. Most of us have had it, And the older you are, the more painful it is. I will grant that. But, I mean, come on. It's tonsillitis. Come on, man. It takes some antibiotics. All right. Suffer through for a couple of weeks. I mean, play
Then
for
the
your
ones-
country. No?
And then yesterday they had Morocco and Argentina in the
Oh,
opening match of the soccer, and they had to clear the field because the Moroccan fans were running on the field and causing chaos.
and throwing batteries. And kid you not, it was Argentina, right? Morocco?
Yes.
Argentina scores with seconds left to tie it at 2. They come back 2 hours later and take the goal off the board, and Morocco won.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed and that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
We're working on it, ambient. We are. I'm hopeful for one today. But we're working on it. We're going to work on it for the next 2 weeks because of the time difference. We're thinking it might actually work in our favor. 8 a.m. here is 2 in the afternoon there. Good morning, Spitz. We're a week away from August. Hey, I don't know how to do that, Dead Struck, so congratulations. My mother's done it, which just shows what a mess I am. She doesn't comment, though. I banned her from ever commenting on anything that I'm a part of. It is literally the only chip I've ever cashed in with my mother. I told her, I said that you can never, ever call in, comment, nothing. No, Arch, think about it. It all started when I was a columnist. And imagine if your mother posts to defend her son because people are yelling at him online. Do you know the grief that I would get forever? By the way, it only has to happen one time. Okay. Oh,
I'll
what are
give
you
her
going
the hotline.
oh, what are you going to have your mommy stick up for you? Your mom. I mean, no. And I said that to her. I go, Mom, it doesn't matter how mad they make you. All right. It's their right, their opinion. They're entitled to it. Hell, who knows? They could be right. So just got to let it go. But apparently it used to get bad. I mean, Mark occasionally would say, "You don't read the comments, do you?" I go, "No." He goes, "Yeah, that's good." uh She will tell me though, guys, when she agrees with you. She will. And she'll even do it during the show. She'll text me and go, the Twitch chat room's right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. We're just a week away from August. It's the final Thursday of the month. Just like that. It may seem slow to you. It may seem fast to you. That's all. I mean, 7 days away from the Hall of Fame game, 6 weeks tonight. Ravens and Chiefs kicking off the NFL season. I mean, a little over 4 weeks away from the college football season. Week 0 getting going. 30 days away from that. I mean, we're going to make it. Longest off season in sports, the football off season. You're going to make it. You're going to do this. Another one. Way to go. And we got the Olympics to distract you for 2+ weeks. That's our poll question. How much of this stuff are you going to watch? From I got the fever to I'm not interested at all. Seth yesterday, Mark, was talking about how he's interested in the daytime when it's going on live. He doesn't think he'll watch hardly any of the prime time.
Yeah, that's a great goal, and I'm sure he'll be able to fulfill it. I, on the other hand, will not. What I'm wondering is how many things I'll have to watch for the second time, because Seth pointed out that they're going to have the Gold Network or whatever they're calling it, kind of like the Red Zone, the Gold Zone, where they are going to be on Peacock showing whatever event is meddling. And they've got a good crew to set that up. I'm intrigued by that. I will watch that during the day. And then I'll watch whatever's on at night.
Olympic Red Zone, essentially.
Yeah.
Going from event to event to event to event. Yeah, I like that too. But I don't know how much Olympics is going to be on in our house, to be honest. I really don't. Because I'll tell you what, I will end up watching in prime time predicated on the result. Like if somebody, remember that famous relay race, the men's swimming, Phelps was going for the 7, 8 golds, and he was favored and we were favored in every event except one. Okay, we were actually picked to finish second. And the final relay leg, okay, we were in second, and our guy chased down, I thought it was Australia, but whatever, chased him down and beat him by a fingernail. So that Phelps and the US won the gold, and Phelps's streak of he's going to go 8 for 8, and that was enthralling. It was a spectacular event. But we watched it live because I think it was in Sydney, and with the time difference and what have you, it was prime time for us, but it was late morning there because of a 12-hour thing, and so we watched it live. But now we're going to know the result. So if we suffer in a loss in men's basketball or women's basketball, or there's an amazing performance to win a gold, I'll probably watch predicated on actually knowing the result.
So you don't have Peacock.
No, I do.
You do have Peacock.
Oh, no, I've now purchased I think I pay for 5 streaming services now.
So does the Gold Zone interest you at all during the day around the house, throwing something on, background noise? Does that do
No.
anything for you?
No, it doesn't. And here's why. First
You're
off,
upset that we're not excited about Salt Lake getting the games. You don't even want to watch the games. You're
Well,
the biggest sports fan I've ever met, and it's not close. I've never met anybody that loves sports the way you do in all sports. And you just got done saying, the Gold Zone, that doesn't really, someone winning a medal in the Olympics, that doesn't interest me.
Okay. Now, it's a little bit, I deserve that in a sense, but here's why. And you know what's going on in my life right now.
No, I know. I got it.
No,
That's
no.
why I said background noise.
What I was going to say, and you know what? I probably should put it on as background noise, kind of like the way people put talk radio on, as and they're listening sometimes more intently than others. But here's my thing, Mark. If I put that on, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not getting anything else accomplished. So I have to avoid it, or else my day I'm useless. If I put that on, that's NCAA tournament at noon, and forget it. The only thing I'm going on is a food run. So that I have to avoid it, or else I will get nothing accomplished. And you know what's going on in my life right now.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
I got a lot of stuff I got to get done. So I'm not putting it on because I'm not interested. I'm not putting it on because, oh no, I'll watch the whole damn thing. So that's why I'm going to have to then, go on websites, go on X, find out what happened, and strategically then go, okay, well, good. I can watch this after the fact. I'll watch this, and I'll watch this, and I'll watch this. So
The starting five stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, we'll start with the Olympics. Salt Lake City awarded the 2034 Winter Games. They hosted the 2002 Winter Olympics. It was a near unanimous vote, 83-6. There is some controversy. Excuse me. Wow.
Bless you.
Out of nowhere. Couldn't hit the
sneeze during the starting 5.
Couldn't hit the mute button. I apologize. There's a little bit of controversy, though, in that they awarded us the Olympics with a hook, with a catch, with a caveat. So apparently we have to agree to whatever the IOC and the World Anti-Doping Association or Agency, I think it's agency, World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA, we, the United States, have to agree to whatever they say rules and findings are. We have been very critical of the IOC and WADA because we feel they are letting Russia and the Chinese cheat like crazy. And we have been calling them out on it. So they've awarded Salt Lake City the games with that caveat. I, of course, think now that they've already awarded us the games, we should just, nod, wait till we get closer to the games, and then just tell them to pound sand. What are they going to do? Move them to Istanbul? But we'll see how it plays out over the next 10 years. Soccer got underway yesterday. U.S. men lost to France 3-0. Apparently, it was a good showing by the U.S. It was scoreless into the second half, and we were playing the French, who were heavily favored, pretty even. First time the U.S. men have qualified for the Olympics in, quite some time. This just in. We're not very good at soccer, particularly on the men's side. NFL. Mark, you have holdouts. That's when they don't show up for camp at all, and they can be fined up to $50,000 a day. And 49ers All-Pro left tackle Trent Williams is now a holdout. He didn't show up for practice yesterday. Then you have hold-ins. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk showed up, but he's not practicing. Oh, no, I'm here. You can't find me, but I'm not practicing. Mark, I'm going to ask you a serious question. Obviously, this is a loophole in the CBA, okay? And either teams have decided to look the other way and not, or, it's technically all you have to do is show up. It says nothing about you participating as to whether you get fined or not. Would you be the first NFL team to start fining the hold-ins, knowing full well the union's going to object and it's going to end up going to an arbiter? But isn't Goodell the arbiter?
I believe that he is, and yes, I would. This is the same thing as holding out. If you're going to just show up at practice and not practice, then you're no good to the team. And you're possibly more of a distraction than a holdout, because holdouts players don't care about. It's a guy going for his money. Players are never bothered by that. I don't know if players are bothered by hold-ins, but they're there. They're on the sidelines, not participating. I think that's more of a distraction than a holdout.
Tua is a part-time hold-in. See, he's willing to participate in 7-on-7 drills, but without a contract extension, he's not willing to participate right now in 11-on-11 drills. Ones that he can get hit in. So are you okay with that if you're Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins? I mean,
how close are we on to get this contract done? I mean, if you think you're really close, then you're okay with it, David.
So, listen, if he's not willing to participate in 11-on-11, I guess playing in a preseason game's out, right?
Right. As if he was going to play in one anyhow.
Well, in theory, he was going to play in one, but we're still a few weeks away from that. All right. We told you this was going to happen, and we were right. NBA, WNBA business news. The NBA officially rejects Warner Brothers Discovery, i.e. TNT's, matching bid to Amazon's package. They say, yeah, it's a financial match, but it's not a match. Amazon has much more reach than your streaming service, and besides, you have a broadcast TV component of it, so you can't even match the Amazon package. That's just a streaming package. You have to match the NBC package, which you chose not to do. So the NBA officially, as far as they're concerned, this is done. They ratified their 11-year, $76 billion TV deal, which will begin in a year, in which ABC ESPN is the primary broadcast service. They get every single NBA final, and they get a conference final in 10 of the 11 years of the deal. NBC Peacock gets the number 2 package. First time NBC will have the NBA since 2002. Cue up the John Tesh music. And then Amazon Prime will get the number 3 package. There you go. WNBA, by the way, is going to get $200 million a year out of this deal for 11 years also, which is obviously like 4 or 5 times the amount of money that they get for their television rights right now. Baseball, Mike Trout left his AAA rehab assignment after 2 innings. His surgically repaired left knee bothering him. Wow. Is Mike Trout's career closer to the end? He's what, 31? Mets beat the Yankees 12-3. They hit 5 homers. Lindor hit 2 of them. Marlins, second straight night, doubled up the Orioles 6-3. Jazz Chisholm with the big hit, the break open the 7th. Trade him. Colorado 20-7 over the Red Sox. Houston's back in first in the West. They beat Oakland 8-1, while the Angels swept the Mariners 2-1. Cleveland beat Detroit 2-1. Josh Naylor drove in his brother Bo in the 8th inning with the go-ahead run. Twins walk off the Phillies 5-4, while the Reds beat the Braves 9-4. That was supposed to be the first of 2, but the second game got rained out.
I know. Had the bet in and everything, David.
I know, and we had Sale going to the nightcap too. Arizona scored 5 in the ninth to beat the Royals 8-6. Toronto doubled up Tampa Bay 6-3. Vladdy hits his 5th homer in 6 games. Apparently the Brewers are trying to trade for Guerrero Jr. Rays back to 500.
They're going to, if Yelich just went on the IL, so that's the Brewers are going to have to do something, David.
Texas hands the White Sox their 10th loss in a row, 10-2. Pirates beat the Cardinals, took 2 out of 3, 5-0 the final. Brewers 3-2 over the Cubs. Padres 12-3 over the Nats. Giants with 6 in the 8th beat the Dodgers 8-3. Golf, PGA Tours in Minneapolis for the 3M Championship. LPGA Tour north of the border for their version of the Canadian Open. And finally, Mark, the walk-on Spartan there, that Matt Ishbia billionaire guy.
Uh-huh.
He owns the Phoenix Suns and the Phoenix Mercury, and he says he wants to bring the NHL back to Arizona. Says it's going to take a few years, but, we need a new arena. They'll need a new arena, and I'll probably have to build it in downtown Phoenix. But I'm interested in we should be, by we, he means Phoenix. We should be a 4-sport town, and I'm interested in making that happen. And, of course, that would require the NHL expanding beyond 32 teams. But at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there you have it. And for those wondering, Warner Brothers Discovery's already said they're suing the NBA. So that'll be fun.
Make this year interesting. Inside the NBA should even be more fun this year.
Right. Barkley's already announced his retirement, and they think they've got the contract for 12 more years, and the NBA says, no, you guys are lame ducks. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. What straps gold to a rocket and hurtles it into space? Boring does.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. The Olympics get underway in a big way on TV in the States tomorrow night with the opening ceremonies. We're asking you our poll question, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. How into the Olympics are you? Do you have the fever? Like Mark's wife. That's A. B. I'll watch. I will. Don't know how much. C. No. I got to find something else for the next 2+ weeks. Is there any original programming out there? Yeah, baseball.
I'm amazed of the not interested. I get that you may not like the gymnastics, or you may not like this, or may not like that. But with all the different sports, with all the different athletes are there, with the greatness that's on display, that there's not a sport that interests you. Whether it's the track and field, whether it's the swimming. I mean, there's so many great athletes competing that if you're a sports fan, that something doesn't grab you, that surprises me.
So NBC doing it very differently than they did 4 years ago when they had a big time difference. They tried to tape delay everything and put it all into prime time. They're like, no, this time we're going to show everything live. And we know that means that it's all going to take place between like 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., but we're going to show it live on Peacock and other places. And then we'll put a nice highlight package together and put it in prime time. And if that's when you can sit down and watch it, then, you'll get the highlights then. Let me ask you about this part, Mark, of what NBC is doing this year. That's the one big change that they're making. The second big change that they're making is they're going very casual with their broadcasters. Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning, Kelly Clarkson are doing the opening ceremonies. I mean, Peyton's doing the Summer Olympics. They're going to have Snoop Dogg be a regular commentator on the games. Kevin Hart and Kenan Thompson are doing a nightly highlight package show on Peacock in which they're going to apparently make fun of what's going on in some of the sports and what have you. I mean, they're going out of their way to reach the non-traditional, which, if you think about it, the Olympics is not necessarily for the hardcore sports fan.
Peyton Manning was brought on board, as I read it, because they thought he would be able to at least give the perspective of the athlete, of what it's like to train and be ready. David, that's the stuff I'm least interested in. I don't care. I mean, Kevin Hart got another job. Congratulations. I've never seen anybody with more W-2s. It's impressive. Snoop, I love. Whatever I'm interested in what he'll be funny. I mean, he worked Tirico into a hip hop song. That's tough to do.
And to make Mike Tirico cool is tough to do. But boom.
Well, you've got that right. But he's smooth. At least on the broadcast side.
No.
No one's smoother than Mike Tirico on the broadcast side.
No, he's a great broadcaster. There's no doubt about it.
Very versatile and does everything well.
Yep.
But I'm into the live sports. I'm into this gold zone intrigues the hell out of me. Because there are a lot of goofy Summer Olympic sports. And I'm not, the horse jumping and all that, no interest. But some of the goofy stuff, the handball and some of that stuff with the water polo, some of the stuff we only see every once in a while, I'm in. And if they're giving me gold medal games live, I'm in. But I will say, if there's something going on in my life during the day, I'm not going to be bothered that I have to walk away from the TV for 5 hours to do it.
Right. No, I get it. But I just, it's a very, now granted, they have so many hundreds of hours of broadcasting that they're doing, a lot of it live. Prime time is going to be all taped, but to me, this is interesting. Trying to mix pop culture, trying to be cool, trying to appeal to different age groups and demographics, and make it all, quote, mainstream. That's just part of our coverage. This is Mark, what is it that we've been asking of people in July when we talk football? Hey, what's your vibe about this team? How are you feeling? This is a vibe that NBC wants to give to their Olympic coverage this year. Yeah, it's sports, but I don't know if we're going to be as life and death about it as we've been in the past, where it's, make it seem like it's gold or bust. I mean, it's a very different vibe that NBC is, at least in the lead up to the Olympics, that they say they're trying to give off. Where, let's face it, we take our sports pretty seriously in this country. We want to win.
We do, but when it comes to who wins the archery gold medal, we may not have the same type of level of competitiveness as we would for others.
I hear you.
It's interesting because you look at the big, Katie Ledecky is supposed to dominate again. We'll see. In gymnastics, the U.S. is supposed to do really well. Simone Biles, we expect great things out of. The men's basketball team's not supposed to lose a game. Of the big things out there, it's the story is going to be if we screw up.
Yeah, apparently the swimming's supposed to be very competitive. Okay, we'll do very well, but it's not guaranteed that certain individuals and in team relays that will necessarily do as well as we normally do. Apparently, swimming will be very competitive. Okay. All right. But yeah, it's Simone's to not win. Now 4 years ago, she screwed it up. The twisties, whatever it was. By the way, twisties to be confused with the Swifties?
I don't know if a Swiftie would like being confused with a twisty.
And vice versa?
Correct.
Okay. Can you offend the twisties? I know you can offend the Swifties.
Only if you call the twisties a Twizzler.
Right. So if you're running NBC Sports, and admittedly, you're a huge Snoop Dogg guy. You are. Is there anything you wouldn't put them on, though? Would you go, no, Snoop. No, I can't.
Believe it or not, I wouldn't put them on the big sports. You don't need them for the basketball or the gymnastics. I may have him do some swimming. I may be interested in Snoop doing the butterfly just for his comments on what the butterfly looks like to him. But like today, archery's on. I've got Snoop on archery. I'm trying to make this interesting to somebody. Because what are you trying to do? You're trying to bring in people who aren't ready to watch these events.
All right, this is a serious question. It really is. I know it's going to come off as disrespectful. And do you have to do closed captioning for Snoop, though, for certain audiences in this country? Will they fully understand Snoop? Like, you're sending him to archery. Do you have to then, type on the screen what he's saying or best interpretation? Because, listen, you can kind of, Snoop's got a little Dylan in him, in which you go, what did he say there? At least that's for me. There are times in which I listen to, a song of his, or I'm listening to an interview and I go, hold on a second. What was that?
Anybody else picturing Moulton bumping some Snoop, rolling down Jacksonville, going to a drive-through? I got to turn that down. I'm bumping some Snoop. Gin and juice Moulton, does that not work for anybody else? Because it does for me.
By the way, yesterday on National Drive-Thru Day, the number was 3. I actually got my dinner in Publix when I went and got my lottery tickets. So it ended up being, if we went over under 3.5 yesterday, I actually went under pharmacy, bank, and only one meal
Did you
purchased.
let the drive-through person know that it was National Drive-Through Day?
I did.
Did they care at all?
No, this one is so uptight. I see her regularly, and it doesn't matter. I even compliment her on her fingernails. Okay, I go, I love your nails. Okay. And usually that's, women love that. They notice that your accessories, if you touched up your hair or, your nails. Wow. Guy noticed my nails. Okay. And you have to do it in a way where you don't come across as creepy old guy. You have to do it in a way in which I never say it, first thing. Because to me, if you go with it early, it's like you're trying to hit on them. What I get the food, and I go, hey, by the way, nice nails, okay, and I'm leaving. That's all. See, to me, that's it. That's just a pure compliment. I'm not creepy old guy,
And it's a fine line we have to walk.
Right.
It's a very fine line to not be creepy when you give a compliment to someone that's much younger than you. I like that you're at least thinking about it. I don't think there's ever, an inappropriate time to make a nice comment about someone, whether it's the beginning of the drive-through transaction or the end of it, but I see where you're going there.
So on National Drive-Through Day, the number yesterday was 3. And I know when we think drive-through, we only think food. So in that case, it was just 1, which is a normal day. I mean, I hit at least 1 meal a day is via drive-through.
So Snoop doing the Olympics, Peyton Manning doing the Olympics, Kelly Clarkson doing the Olympics, it will look much and sound much differently than a normal Olympic game sound. How will it work? We'll find out.
Kevin Hart, Kenan Thompson doing a nightly highlight show on Peacock. I have to admit, I will check that out once just to see, is this really funny or is this a bad idea?
Good to know that you got Peacock.
Well,
Miller and Moulton.
I have to, just for that NFL playoff game that they're going to stick me with every year. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. They're in the store nearly every day, and along with their team, offering a warm, caring, and personal connection. One where every moment is an invitation to elegance and sophistication. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, H. Affy, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and designed in the U.S. and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to sharing the stories behind these notable partnerships with you. Discover the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled beauty that define each piece of jewelry as you embark on a journey of timeless elegance. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, Feeney. Yeah. Well, they're going to play flag football in the 2028 Olympics. Flag football is an Olympic sport in 2028.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, Olympics opening ceremonies tomorrow. How into the Paris Summer Games are you? Do you have the fever? I'll be watching. No, not interested. Got to admit, a lot of votes for all three. The viewership, at least before it starts, Mark, seems to be all over the place.
It does. And I'm not surprised by that because you just looking at the comments we're getting on the text line, which is 21,000. If you want to chime in anything or in the Twitch chat room, we're getting it from I'm into this sport. I'm not watching any of it. So we seem to be getting all the answers.
So one of the big stories yesterday, by the way, the big Olympic story was Salt Lake City awarded the 2034 Winter Games. So LA will have the Summer Games in 4 years, and then 10 years from now, we'll have the Winter Olympics. So a couple chances I mean, your bucket list as a sports fan, couple of chances. I mean, how many of you, Mark, didn't you live in Atlanta for the summer games in 96?
I did not. I moved to Atlanta in 92 and then kind of bounced around. I went to Nashville for a while. I was in Raleigh, North Carolina when the Olympics were going on.
Gotcha. So have you ever attended an Olympic sporting event?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
No. And I had not been married for the first time. My first wife actually lived in Atlanta during the Olympics and went to a few events because Michael Johnson was running and she got to see him run. That was the deal in those games.
Yes. And he looked like he had a jetpack attached to him. He was so spectacularly fast. It was breathtaking to watch. That's one of those things. You asked me, I don't know if it was on air or off air earlier in the week. You said, "Hey, bucket list. What haven't you seen that you want?" And I'm like, or maybe it was for us.
It was for us. Where would you want to do a show from? Where have we
Right.
not done a show from that you'd want to do?
And I said like Derby, Indy 500, but I have to admit, 4 years. We talked about in 2 years when the World Cup comes to North America, that could be our last realistic shot at ever seeing a World Cup match, and you and I want to go. And 4 years from now, I mean, it's every 20, 30 years we're getting an Olympics. I mean, how many more can we count on possibly seeing? I mean, now I
Summer
will.
or winter? If you got your choice to go to the summer games or the winter games, what would you want to go see?
Winter. Believe it or not.
Yeah, it's not even close with me. It's the winter.
I always been fascinated because I was working in upstate New York, although it was the lower part of upstate New York in the early 90s, and CBS had the Olympics, and a lot of the winter Olympic events, the practices were taking place at Lake Placid. And so we went, part of the hype of the Olympics, and we went beforehand and took part in luge and bobsled and filmed some stuff and then brought it back and ran, a bunch of stuff to help promote the Olympics coming up. And I mean, to be in a bobsled and on a luge, which I was lucky enough to be, I was in my mid 20s at the time, so a lot lighter and more athletic. And it was awesome. And I'm like, oh, I am in. And I have to admit, I've always been fascinated, but would never have the guts to even do it once, ski jumping.
I'd watch it. I have not a chance.
So I climbed up to the tower. I know.
Wow.
And you're afraid of heights.
Petrified.
And I got over my fear of heights about 10 years earlier. In my late teens, I got over it. And so there I am in my mid 20s, and I'm climbing up the ski jumping tower. And oh my goodness. I mean, just the picture, the visual at the top of the tower. It's like, well, I really don't want to leave here. This is amazing. Why do I have to go down? But the thought, no parachute. The thought, hold on a second. I'm going to go down. And once I go down, the gravity, I can't stop. You wait, what? I'm going to do what? I'm supposed to V, and what am I supposed to do? Yeah, and they even said, I asked, I go, is there any way that we could go down to very near the bottom and I could just, I don't know, go like 30 feet and go off the edge and see what it's like? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, come on, man. So, but just listen, I think it's true. I try not to say things that are not true, except answers to trivia questions, which I think I know and I'm wrong. I believe softball, Mark, 4 years from now in the Summer Olympics is taking place in Oklahoma City because that's where the big softball complex is.
Right. Where are the Olympics being played?
Thank you. I'm like, wait a minute. Come on now. If I'm an Olympic softball player, this isn't right.
That's a crock.
I mean, I think I'm right on that. I read it earlier this week. I don't think I read it incorrectly, but that one I went, oh, come on. That's not fair to the softball players. I mean, they get to hook up, put them back in the Olympic Village. They get to hook up with the baseball players. I mean, come on. That's it's an Olympic rite of passage. They all sleep with each other. Come on. You can't put them out in Oklahoma City. Nothing wrong with Oklahoma City. It's a beautiful softball complex. All right.
You mean in 4 years they couldn't put together a complex good enough to host the Olympics in LA?
Well, I mean, come on. UCLA and USC play big time softball. I mean, can't we? Right. Can't we? Do a little something here? No, I don't feel that's right. I really don't. I mean, does it feel like the Olympics if you're 1,300 miles away? Not 300 miles. So.
Well, it was like in Atlanta, and I know it's very different, but when Atlanta had the games, didn't they have like the rowing and stuff like that was in either South Georgia or Florida or something like that? I mean, it was very well spread out. And they're doing it with even in France, it's spread out where they're all over.
Right. I mean, I guess Kevin Durant and the U.S. men's basketball team met with the media this morning. By the way, quick tangent. Did you see who the female flag bearer is for the U.S.?
I did. It's Coco Gauff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm wondering. Is it possible that what is the gymnastics and swimming schedule and that it would exhaust Simone or Katie? And I'm being very serious about this, especially, they don't just compete in the finals. They got prelims, Katie's in like 5 different races, Simone's in all the events. They're already practicing. The women's gymnasts are. I mean, I'm just wondering, is it possible? Okay. Someone in our Twitch chat room saying Ledecky's not even going to the opening ceremonies because she has to compete the next morning. That's what I was wondering is the reason Simone or Katie Ledecky is not the flag bearer because it would exhaust them, the night before a competition. You got to make Katie Ledecky then the closing ceremony flag bearer. She has never carried our flag in the beginning or the end of an Olympics. Come on.
I didn't know that carrying a flag would exhaust someone from swimming the next day. They're walking with the flag.
Yeah, but then you got to hang out for a couple hours. I mean, I just, on your feet, you're not getting your rest. I mean, come on, you and I are not finely trained athletes, so. But no, for those that are wondering, Katie Ledecky has never carried the flag. Simone Biles carried the flag closing ceremonies 8 years ago. But Ledecky did not carry the flag. They went to male and female flag carriers 4 years ago. IOC recommended countries do that. So you figure U.S. has to take care of that.
Seems like it was a little bit of a popularity contest.
So
some of the more popular American athletes got it, but it is what it is. I'm not going to lose any sleep over who's carrying the flag. Win golds.
So LeBron James and Coco Gauff will be our flag bearers tomorrow. You'll see it in prime time on NBC.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR
to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Matt, we did mention though we have not sugarcoated her performance 4 years ago. In fact, I think we even used the C word. Um, I think we said choke to some extent 4 years ago. What do you mean, Adam? Mark Packer at 8.
All right.
I'll send you his number. Irish, I would like to think that they have so many broadcasters there that they could just, you know, midstream just move people out and give people bigger roles. Yeah, Coffin Bar, I agree. It was a good show. It served its purpose. It was a solid college sports show. He covered everything.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Mark Packer is going to join us at the top of the hour. He's been at ACC Media Days all week. Big Ten and ACC Media Days wrapping up today. I mean, Mark, you got so many damn schools in these conferences. You actually need the 4 days now to get everybody their allotted time. I mean, what do you got? 18 in the Big Ten and 17 in the ACC? Something like that?
16 in the Big 12, yes.
And the SEC. It is the Power Four, after all.
I did hear a great name. I was listening to a little bit of Dan Patrick, and one of the Danettes dubbed the Pac-2 the Tupac.
Oh.
It's really good.
That is.
It's really good.
That is. Their games will be on the CW, by the way. You know, I know a lot of people, you know, really yearning for Oregon State, Washington State football. Some people believe that they could end up in the ACC, joining Cal and Stanford. Or that the Big 12 may just go, what the heck? I mean, sure, come on board. That's fine. Yeah, we already got 4 of your schools. Sure, just come on aboard. So we'll see. It looks as if, like, the thought was that they were going to go to the Mountain West, and apparently
still in discussions, right?
But apparently discussions are getting worse, not better. Because the Mountain West is basically like, listen, if you're coming and you're staying. You're not using us to go elsewhere. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that interests us. And then Mountain West is like, well, then, you know, fine. Knock yourself. Because didn't they make an agreement to play their other sports in the West Coast Conference? Like, you know, they're doing what Notre Dame does with the ACC. I think they're each doing with the Mountain West this year. They haven't even agreed to do it next year, I believe. So those two schools are really stuck in limbo right now. But I like that Tupac. That's cute.
It's solid. It just is.
So Mark Packer is scheduled to join us top of the hour. Hey, revisiting the NBA TV deal, because we do have some NBA fans who listen. I know we got a lot of people that are anti-NBA. Just so you know, we've been warning you salaries getting 60, 70, 80 million in the coming years. This is an 11-year contract that kicks in a year from now. And there is the thought that by the end of this TV deal in the mid-2030s, that there will be an NBA player making 9 figures annually.
Annually. That's the key there. More than $1 million a game.
$100+ million a year is the expectation, with the way, you know, 4 and 5 year contracts and max, super max, bada bing, bada boom. Anyway, I mean, that's how much money is in the NBA pipeline because of this. So here's the Cliff Notes. Turner, according to the NBA, Turner's out. Turner's like, no, we matched the Amazon bid at $1.8 billion a year. We're in. And the NBA said, nah, your definition of a match is not our definition of a match. So that's going to be settled in court. they got about 14, 15 months to settle that sucker. So taking the NBA's word, Mark. So ABC ESPN is going to keep broadcasting the finals. Final year of their TV deal coming up, and then the next 11 after that.
Yeah, they get all of the finals.
They will, beginning in 2026, they will broadcast a conference final 10 of the 11 years of the TV deal. NBC and Amazon will alternate the other conference final. Do you think by the end of this decade, never mind in the 2030s, that it will matter to anyone that a fairly big event, a conference final, is exclusively on streaming?
No, I don't think it'll matter in the least bit. More and more people are going to streaming. You know, David, you're the old soul of this show. You don't like the streaming things and the way they're going, yet you have 6 streaming services that you're paying for.
Yeah, at least 5 off the top of my head. Yeah, I am.
And think about how you've resisted this as much as anybody I know.
I did.
And we're talking 6 years from now. Will that really bother people? I don't think in the least bit.
ABC's NBA will basically be Saturday night, Sunday afternoon during the regular season. That's basically all they're interested in. They're going to do about 20 games a year. Oh, and they will still keep doing Christmas. ABC, ESPN will have exclusively Christmas. Amazon will have exclusively the whole in-season tournament thing in November. That's the big caveat that Amazon's got. Whatever. I think NBC Peacock's getting the All-Star game. And
NBC Peacock's getting how many of they're getting a conference final every year, right?
No, NBC Peacock and Amazon are alternating years. Okay. So my guess is, but there is 1 year where NBC Peacock has a conference final, Amazon has a conference final, and ESPN ABC actually doesn't have a conference final. Only 1 year of the 11-year deal. But here's how much NBA you'll have access to. Okay. Peacock is going to have Monday night basketball exclusively. NBC gets the All-Star game. They're going to do Sunday night and Tuesday night NBA on NBC. Amazon, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, and Black Friday, along with the in-season tournament. And I guess Amazon is distributing the play-in tournament games also. The, 9, 10, and then, 7, 8 playing the winners and all that. So there you go. So it'll start a year from now. It's existing ABC, ESPN, and Turner this final year coming up. And according to the NBA, Turner's done. Their 40 years of broadcasting the NBA is coming to an end. They're like, no, we matched the Amazon bid. We've got a deal for 11 more years.
It's good to see this is splitting up amicably between the two parties. I mean,
what was the
movie? What part of matching is not matching? And I mean, the money. You got to match the money. They matched the money. I don't get this.
For those not paying close attention, so Amazon's number 3 package is $1.8 billion annually. Warner Brothers Discovery, which is Turner now, they matched that. And by the way, there was a poison pill in the Amazon proposal in which they said you have to put 3 years cash up front. So that's $5.4 billion in cash up front as a signing bonus. And Warner Brothers Discovery said, oh, no, we have the cash. We can do that. Oh, okay. But the NBA says, hold on a second. The Amazon package is a streaming only package. You're saying your package is going to be Turner and your streaming service. Well, first off, your streaming service doesn't compare to Amazon. Okay, much more distribution on Amazon. than what you're offering, number one. And number two, since you have an over-the-air component to your bid, that's the number two package. You have to match NBC's package, and that's $2.6 billion a year. So if you come up with another 800 million, then you would have had the number two package, and Amazon still would have the number three package. So that's what the NBA is going to argue in court. And Mark, you're right. Warner Brothers Discovery, i.e. Turner, they're going to go, what part of matching 1.8 billion does the NBA not understand?
This is John Candy and Stripes. You know, if you got to make my bunk. If we were in Germany, I'd have to make your bunk. I mean, what the hell is this? It doesn't make. There will be lawyers, David. There will be lawyers.
There will be. And what's interesting is that Amazon is now going to, and to some degree NBC also, although you would like to think they have enough personnel in-house now, but what are they going to start doing? They're going to start hiring, if you will, a whole bunch of the Warner Brothers Discovery people who in theory are going to need work when this season is coming up is over. And so meanwhile, Warner Brothers Discovery is like, as far as we're concerned, you're all still going to have jobs. So that'll also get interesting. And, you know, because like us, Mark, we're freelancers, even though now we completely own our company and our show and all that. Okay,
Keyword there is free. Trying not to be free for much longer.
We like the concept of freelancers. It's the free part that doesn't work. So, you know, as our friend, and we're a fan of, Andrew Brandt likes to say, there will be lawyers. And boy, will there ever on this one. But either way, the NBA is getting paid.
Well,
nearly $7 billion a year for 11 years.
And they're just think about it. If Turner were to win, how uncomfortable. You got to pay them all that money, and they don't want you as a partner. You're suing to be their partner. They don't want you to give them how much money again? 1.8 billion,
which is 400 million more a year than they're paying now and have been paying for a while now to have the number two package, where they get All-Star Weekend, where they get one of the conference finals guaranteed, where they get at least 2 nights a week, all right, where they get the in-season tournaments, or not the in-season tournaments, the play-in games. I mean, right, they're paying 400 million more for the number 3 package going forward than they're paying now for the number 2 package.
And the NBA is going to start with Amazon next year regardless, because I don't think this suit will be done by the time the season begins, making it even more uncomfortable if somehow Warner Brothers were to win the lawsuit.
And for those that are not NBA fans, here's where it could become very relevant to you, because you're probably an NFL fan. Mark, you're Roger Goodell, and you're paying attention to this. And I walk in the room, your assistant, and say, hey, boss, how much we getting a year from NBC for Sunday Night Football, the number one show in primetime in America for 15 years now? I think we're getting about $2 billion a year in the new deal, maybe a little more. Why? Yeah, NBC's paying more a year to the NBA for the next 11 years than they're paying for us. I'm sorry, what'd you say? So when they negotiate this deal with the union to add an 18th game, if there is a loophole in their 11-year TV deal with the networks, okay, where they get to open it back up, they're going to open it back up, because they're going to turn around and look. The first person they're going to look at is NBC and go, well, you're certainly paying us more for our product than you're paying them for theirs. Or you can kiss that Sunday Night Football goodbye.
Yeah, I think secretively Goodell's licking his chops at this NBA deal. Because they are going to 18 games, and they will figure out a way to get more money. Even if it's just making all of their partners up for a week or two more. Because I think if they go to 18, they'll go to a 20-week schedule with 2 buys, which would give them 2 more regular season weeks.
You get a preseason game. You get 20 going forward. Okay, 20 Sunday night footballs. You get the opening kickoff of the year, the Thursday night game. You get at least 1 playoff game a year, most years 2, and every 4 years you get a Super Bowl. And you're paying more for the NBA for the number 2 package? By the way, if you're NBC, between the Olympics, $2.6 billion for basketball, and if the NFL charges more, I mean, that's $6 billion annually on sports.
You wonder why they run nothing but commercials during their events. NASCAR is going to get stuck with another 5 minutes of commercials, David.
Yeah, that's true. And fortunately, it'd be during green flag racing, not during the yellows. Mark Packer, let's talk some ACC football next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you get the number I sent you?
Yep. Somehow my phone charger didn't charge my phone last night. It must have been not plugged,
Right.
Something wasn't plugged in because I've got like 5% power.
Uh-oh. And you don't have your charger with you, do you?
I got one in the car,
Okay.
but I don't think it charges unless the car's running. I guess I could plug it into the computer to USB. I'll go get it next break.
Does your card work to get in the door?
Oh yeah, they fixed it.
Okay.
Tig, the new engineer, was beside himself because he's out there having to repair that, that piece. And it's, only 600 degrees out there. And he's out there just sweating and just.
Right.
All set.
All right.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thrilled to be joined by Mark Packer. He of ACC Network. ACC PM is his daily show at 4 o'clock on the network. You can follow Mark on X at Mark Packer. Mark, it's David and Mark. We know you're busy. We thank you very much for jamming us in to your busy ACC Media Days schedule. Hey, can we talk on the field football and not the other stuff? Because we got about 10, 12 minutes. You ready?
It's your show. We'll go wherever you want.
Last year, you warned us. You said, watch out for Louisville. Good team, great schedule. Who's your watch out team in the ACC this year?
In fact, I might have two of them for you, and it's in no particular order. Let's go with the same kind of scenario. Let's go Virginia Tech as that team. And the reason for it is they've got all this production coming back, including their quarterback, Aaron Jones. And one of the reasons I liked Louisville last year is, number one, they had offensive weapons coming back and a schedule that made sense. Go look at Virginia Tech's schedule. They got a road trip on a Friday night to Miami. They get Clemson rolled in the Lane Stadium in November. But quite frankly, I don't see anything else on that schedule. If the Hokies are as good as I think they're going to be, or I worry that, hey, guess what? Unless something crazy happens, I think they're going to win a bunch of games. So while Florida State and Clemson and Miami will get a lot of love, and rightfully so, I think Virginia Tech is that team, if you want to circle it, that kind of maybe resemble what Louisville pulled off last year.
All right, you said you had two. If I were looking, SMU's the team that I think could be scary good for a lot of the same reasons. I know they're jumping into a new conference, but the team's pretty solid from a year ago, and their schedule favorable.
Listen, I think SMU is going to cause some problems, but the other team I was going to mention would be NC State. Grayson McCall is a dude. They got him at quarterback and transfer from Coastal Carolina. Dave Dorn's done a really nice job in the transfer portal, adding another offensive weapons around him. The schedule's okay, even though they got an early road trip to Clemson where they've had almost zero success, and they got a big game with Tennessee right here in Charlotte. And again, those are coming early. But I could see NC State, who has not won an ACC championship since 1979, maybe being the other team in addition to Virginia Tech that could be flying underneath the radar a little bit, but really making some big waves. But I think SMU is going to win some games too. I think they're going to be solid. And of the three newbies in the league, when you start talking about Cal, Stanford, and SMU, I have more faith in SMU of those three having a better year than everybody else.
Mark Packer, ACC Network. ACC PM is his daily show, 4 o'clock on the network. Follow him on X at Mark Packer, Packer. You buying Miami?
Man, you know what? That's probably been the biggest question this week. And I know today we get Clemson and North Carolina and NC State and Syracuse, but is the U back? I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've heard that, I'd be in Italy right now and staying in Italy. I've been doing this ACC Media Day for football for probably 25, 30 years. Since the Canes joined the league, I think we've had this conversation every year. And when they joined the conference, I mean, everybody just assumed it was going to be Miami and Florida State playing for an ACC football championship every single year, and we've never seen it. In fact, we've only seen Miami in the ACC championship game one time, and they got beat by 5 touchdowns to Clemson. So we had the Canes yesterday. Coach Cristobal has really done a nice job acquiring talent. The Cam Ward had a chance to interview him yesterday, was really impressed with his moxie and demeanor. We know he can play after watching what he did at Washington State. I think Miami's going to be really good. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to know a lot more in that first game. When they go to the Swamp to take on Florida, and Billy Napier's under a lot of heat, and the Gator Nation's ready to turn that thing around too, boy, that just feels like a bigger than normal game. I mean, I know it's the Canes and the Gators, but goodness gracious, the loser of that game is going to be catching all kinds of heat, right? It just feels that way. So I think Miami's going to be really good. If everything falls into place, quite frankly, they may have the most talented team in the league. So, again, if you're a Miami fan, I think you're cautiously optimistic if that's possible. But I think they're going to be pretty good. I do.
Most talent in the league, but really is the biggest question mark with the Canes coaching?
Yes. I mean, how could you not say that? I mean, Coach Cristobal, and again, I know he's had a lot of big wins in his career, but he's been 500 as a coach. In fact, maybe just under it. So who's to say that they don't win more games this year than they did the first 2 years? I mean, if it's in a perfect world, that's certainly possible. So, but if I'm buying stock in Miami, and man, I've kicked myself doing this before and looked like a fool 3 months later, I would buy stock in this year's Miami team. I would.
I don't know many people more plugged into Clemson football than Mark Packer. Not a favorable schedule. Got to open with Georgia. They got Florida State and your surprise team, Vatech, on the road.
Yep.
Your thoughts, though, Clemson, are they still the team to beat in the ACC?
I don't know if they're the team to beat, but they're capable of being that team again. But it's all going to start with their quarterback. I mean, Cade Klubnik last year, when he was good, the Tigers were good. When he was bad and everybody's fumbling inside their 5-yard line and terrible turnovers and interceptions, I mean, to me, it's all about Cade Klubnik. If he has improved and that offense has now found some more weapons with these freshman wide receivers, which I'm looking forward to watching, defense is going to be salty and really good. They'll be a major underdog against Georgia. Maybe everybody in the country will be. So again, if they start off 0-1, it's not a panic sign for them, but the schedule is tough. And, a team even like Louisville, as good as they were last year, they get Louisville on the schedule as well, even though they come to Death Valley. The Tigers will be in the hunt, but this is not like it was 4 or 5 years ago when we would come into an event like this and say, all right, Clemson's going to win it. Who do you think can come in second? I've been doing this, like I said, for about 25, 30 years on this event itself. I have never during that time period ever seen a ACC in which I really think there's 5 or 6 teams that legitimately could get to Charlotte and win the ACC championship. I've never been able to make that statement before, and I do think there's at least 6 teams that can win it.
When you look at Florida State, is it DJU? I mean, is that really, you talked about the quarterback at Clemson. Isn't it the quarterback at Florida State that we have to worry about?
Same thing. Again, Mike Norvell's done an awesome job. They did an incredible job last year, obviously winning the league. But, we've seen DJU. We saw him at Clemson. Everybody said, well, he's going to get to Oregon State, better offensive line. Well, just look at the numbers. They're kind of similar. I'm curious to see what Norvell does to create a little more comfort zone for DJU. Maybe they become more of a power running team because listen, he's a grown man now. If you've ever stood beside him, he's 6'5", 250 legit. So maybe it's not the dynamic downfield passing attack, even though there's some new weapons. Maybe Florida State just lines up and tries to bloody your nose and run the football. But Clemson and Florida State are similar to me, that if they both get really, really good quarterback play, they're going to be tough outs. But I need to see it to believe it.
Is there a program or two that you're worried about, not just for 2024, but for like the next 5 years? Like, I have to admit, Duke won 8 games last year. Every prognostication I see picks them for dead last. I remember the glory years, if you will, at Wake of Jim Grobe. Nobody thinks much of them anymore. I'm just curious, are there a couple programs in this 17-team league that you are genuinely worried about?
Well, I worry about 2 guys who I have nothing but great respect for from a personal standpoint. I know they're really good coaches, but Dave Clawson has done an incredible job at Wake Forest. Given the academic restrictions, small campus, and everything else, their facilities are out of sight. They had a lousy year last year. In fact, we interviewed him yesterday, and he even said, listen, I didn't do a great job. We just had one of those years. But, Wake, that scheme offensively, it's always hard to defend. But when it goes haywire, and they had a ton of injuries, especially at quarterback, all of a sudden they can't score. And I just don't know if they have the depth. So I'm curious to see how Wake bounces back this year. And I think Tony Elliott at Virginia. Again, 2 great academic institutions where they've got that going for them. But Virginia just opened up a brand new football facility, and they're hoping that's going to kind of spur recruiting and everything else. But, again, you look at the schedules again, I think Wake and Virginia would be the 2 teams I'd put under that category.
Finally, Mark, and once again, thank you for fitting us into your busy schedule. We know you got an interview you have to tape in 4 minutes here. Is there any way you think for Jim Phillips to put the genie back in the bottle? Okay. Do you think there's a way to repair the damage and the hard feelings that have been displayed in the last 2 years?
Well, let's be honest. All of this is a money grab. And I will tell you, too, and I've known the commish since he's rolled in here. I thought he showed some fire and passion during his State of the Union speech, if you will, on Monday. But in this day and age, everybody wants to get their cash. And so, the league has generated more money last year than it's ever in its history, and yet that still isn't good enough. And as we talked about before, when you start getting into lawsuits like this, I think it's a lose-lose proposition for everybody. I think this is going to take a long time. I mean, everybody's just assuming, they'll negotiate a deal or it'll be out. I just don't see the incentive for the ACC to negotiate an early deal. And I don't know where these 2 teams, and maybe there's more than 2 than just Clemson and Florida State, where are you going? I mean, we already heard from Sankey and Petiti, the 2 commissioners of the Big Ten and the SEC, that said, hey, we're completely comfortable, which is exactly what they should say, because if they said the opposite, people would go, that's tampering, that's another lawsuit. So, it's a mess. It's nothing more than a money grab. Can you make everybody kumbaya? Well, I mean, unless somebody comes in and says, hey, here's $1 billion, I just want to hand it to you. I don't know how that works. I really don't. That's way above my pay grade. So we'll just see, and hopefully we'll just enjoy football coming up next month and not worry about what the lawyers are saying.
Mark, thanks for making time for us and talking plenty of football. Good luck, safe travels, and we'll talk again maybe right before Florida State, Georgia Tech.
Sounds good. Call me anytime.
Mark Packer, ACC Network. ACC PM is his show, 4 to 6 weekdays on the ACC Network. And Mark, most people do agree with Mr. Packer in this sense, that this could be the deepest ACC this century. Don't know if there's a great team but there's a lot of good to very good.
And look, it's to me, can the Canes live up to expectations? What does DJU give Florida State at quarterback? And does the transfer portal or lack thereof hurt Clemson? Those are the big three. Everyone else, they're playing for a shot to try to upset the apple cart. We'll see if anybody can join the party of the big three for an ACC championship game.
Mark Packer joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. 30 days away from Florida State, Georgia Tech, by the way. 37 away. Even Mark Packer. How about the passion of him talking about how big the Miami, Florida game is?
We've been saying it for 2 months on this show.
Love the fact that he said if I had $1 for every time he asked me if the Canes are back, I'd be retired in Italy.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You make a sandwich?
Went and got a sandwich.
Oh, look at you.
So, Adam, let's just say they get beat 35-0 week 1. What's the benefit of firing Billy Napier? You throw the entire season into chaos. The earliest I could ever see Florida firing Napier would be after the Georgia game. Early November, you're getting ahead of the hiring curve so that you can start negotiating behind the scenes with whoever it is that you're trying to bring in. Remember, when did they fire McIlvain? You know, at his whole debacle of a Georgia game. So, and it really makes no sense. If your last game is Florida State, if you're having a bad year and you're not going to a bowl, that's still November. I mean, it really doesn't make sense to fire anybody. Unless you're just trying to feed meat to the lions, but there's no reason to do it before early to mid-November. I love the track. I actually watched the college championships on ESPN. I like track and field. Exactly, T. Haynes, and that's one of the reasons why Miller and Moulton would double down on Billy.
Yep, because then I'm getting more recruits in theory. Put a little stability into the program before the year starts.
He's replenishing the pipeline, if you will. I mean, they make Bud Elliott's blue chip index. So I would not derail what he has started. Except for Lane.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Magic numbers 7 to the Hall of Fame game, 30 to Florida State, Georgia Tech, 37, 5-week Saturday, week 1 of the college football season. Headlined, at least as far as we're concerned, by Miami and Florida. What's hotter, the heat on the coaches or the heat on the field?
On the field, but it's close, David, because it is going to be balmy, to say the very least, for a 3:30 kick in the Swamp.
All right, I think it's time to ask each other the first question we just asked Mark Packer. And you get to define it however you want, but the question was simple. Are you buying the Canes?
David, I need more sounders. I need sound effects. I want cash registers going off. I want pictures of somebody making it rain at a strip club. I'm buying the Canes. I'm all in. And that doesn't mean they're going to be undefeated, but I believe they're going to play in the ACC championship game.
Oh, look at you. That's buying. That is buying. That counts. Okay, so I get the sense you believe they're hosting Florida State 8-0. Or 7-0, I think it is. that you believe they're going to beat the Gators. Then they'd come home and beat FAMU and Ball State. They don't trip up when they go to Tampa to play South Florida. By the way, nice bit of scheduling by the Bulls.
Yes.
Alabama last year, Miami this year. Nice bit of scheduling by the Bulls. Host Virginia Tech on a short week, Friday, but at Cal.
They should be able to take care of that one, David.
That's the first time they leave the state, by the way. They'll play their first 5 games either at home or in Gainesville or Tampa. And then they have a week off before they go at Louisville. Not easy.
And even if they're tripped up by the Gators, they're still 6-1 going into that game.
And they're unbeaten in the ACC.
Correct.
And now they host the Noles. Florida State's won 3 in a row, for what it's worth. The underdog is the play in that game, by the way. Just remember that now. Underdog in the last 19 is 14-5 against the spread with 9 straight-up wins. Thank you, Phil Steele. So the underdog, the play when the Canes and Noles get together. Then Duke at Georgia Tech, another bye, home for Wake, at Syracuse. It sounds to me, Mark, like you're picking at worst 10-2, but you might even go 11-1.
That's exactly where I'm at. And the Florida game is everything for that 11-1. They've got to get the Gators. But you look at their in-conference schedule, it's not too daunting. The Virginia Tech game at home on a Friday is a big one. But the road games at Cal, at Louisville, at Georgia Tech, at Syracuse, conference road games.
Right. No, that's about as good as you can, I mean, the toughest one is Louisville, which is picked by most to be somewhere between 5 and 7 in the ACC standings. So in theory, you're better. This may surprise you. I think the over-under on the Canes is 9.5, correct?
It is, yes.
I'm going under.
You're going under 9.5.
I'm going under 9.5. First off, I think the Gators are winning. So that's 1.
All right. You think Florida State's winning?
That's 2. And I think that between home against Virginia Tech or at Louisville, that they will lose one of those 2 games. If I had to bet money on the Canes right now, I'm betting on 9-3. So now if the question, I'll turn it around on myself, are you buying the Canes? Buying is ACC title game appearance, right?
Yes.
Isn't that fair? Or at least, or if
No.
chance,
Buying the Canes this year with what's going on, David, I think buying the Canes has to be an ACC title appearance. Has to be.
I'm willing to put one disclaimer on that they could go 10-2 and lose out in a tiebreaker for playing in the ACC title game because one of the 10 is the Gators, but they lose 2 conference games. I would assume one of them is Florida State. They get tripped up somewhere else, and that they're the 3rd best team in the ACC, if you know what I mean, at 10-2, and they miss out. Say they lose the tiebreaker with Clemson, who both are 10-2, if you know what I mean.
No, I see what you're saying.
So, but I'm betting 9-3, and they don't quite meet the definition and criteria of, are you, quote, buying?
And are you not buying because of Cristobal? At the end of the day, his game day coaching, is that what's holding you back from saying that they go over 9.5?
Well, it's more than game day coaching. Listen, this hounded him at Oregon. Okay, so this is not just because he didn't take the knee last year. But, I mean, Mark, so far, they have underperformed on the field their talent. mean, you can go back to his first year. I mean, they had his first year, he inherited a 7-5 team that was actually really close. Manny Diaz's last team at Miami was really close to being a 9-10 win team. They lost 3 really close games in 2021. He goes 7-5, he's fired. Okay. But, he's based on returning starters, based on their talent level, they have underperformed 2 years in a row. That to me is more than just game day. This is more than 3.5 hours. Mario is yet to prove in Miami that he can get these guys to win. So until he does it, I'm not buying.
Fair enough.
I want to be wrong. The Canes.
No. You want them 10-2, 11-1.
Oh, the year that Mark Richt had them 10-0 and number 2 in the country. Oh, they whooped the tar out of Notre Dame. I'm an Irish Catholic, and I was jumping up and down for Miami in that game in early November with a completely sold out Hard Rock place. The turnover chain, and Miami is going to be back, and they're strutting and what have you. I love the Canes.
David, if you're wrong about the first game, are you then wrong about your assessment of the Canes? If somehow Miami can go into the swamp and get a win,
Sure.
You change everything on the spot, right?
For this reason, also, it's on the road. Like didn't he beat last year A&M at home?
Yes.
Like 2 years ago, his first year, they lost an ugly game in College Station, but last year they turned around and they whooped A&M. That was the beginning of the downfall for Jimbo. Okay, but he hasn't. I mean, that's his best win, right?
Clemson last year?
They got Clemson last year?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, in overtime. 2 overtimes. Okay. At home, though, right?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, so far under Mario, on the road, he lost to Florida State by 6 touchdowns, lost to Clemson by 30, lost to A&M, lost to Florida State last year by a touchdown. I mean, he's yet to win against a good team on the road. So, yes, that would change my tune, Mark. That would be, oh, wow. He's actually going to get them to play up to their recruiting rankings. Good for him.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You know, I have to laugh, David. We go to break, and I cover up a camera with a notebook. I mean, this is something.
This is high tech.
It really is.
And it works.
That's the other funny thing.
No. Why would Jimbo regret leaving? Did you see his payday? No, Jimbo doesn't regret it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question involves the Olympics, which get underway on television in the States tomorrow. Opening ceremonies and all that. Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning, Kelly Clarkson broadcasting the opening ceremonies on NBC. But we're asking, so what's your level of interest in the Olympics? Are you Mark's wife? Do you have the fever? Are you Miller and Moulton? I'll watch. It depends, how much. I mean, Mark's case, he'll have it on a lot. Just don't know how close attention he'll pay.
Oh, we'll have it on a lot. Trust me. I don't have the fever, but I am certainly have a chance of it being contagious.
Quick sidebar here. Are you allowed to put a baseball game on the second TV in the living room?
We're going to find out. Honestly, I'll probably be able to, and my wife will simply just look at me in disgust, get up, go to the bedroom, and watch by herself.
Well, come on now. You're giving her the big TV with the sound. I mean, come on now, honey. Pookums? Snookum?
Pookums?
I don't know.
That was an interesting nickname you came up with there.
Snookums?
Try that later with the wife and see how it works.
Probably get stabbed in the neck.
Pookums, I'm going out for a drive-through. Can I pick anything up for you?
Should be like Pookums. Do you call the other girl Pookums? What is that? Did you get us confused?
Pookums.
Snookum? I don't know.
I think he's a D back somewhere. I'm not sure.
I think he is a transfer, of course.
Out of the portal.
It's always dangerous when you start bringing up the portal in a marriage. Okay, it's always dangerous.
By the way, there's Olympics on today. Rugby and soccer are on. Believe USA Network.
Look at that. Look at that. Let's just hope that the Olympics can kind of get it together. It's been a rough pre-Olympics, if you will. We got a spying scandal in women's soccer. We've got
wait a minute, just a spying scandal in women's soccer.
Those that missed it, a drone operated by someone who in some way, shape, and form is loosely affiliated with the Canadian women's team, but not officially.
And I
But
believe, if I heard the story correctly yesterday, she's not even Canadian, which explains a lot. She's from Great Britain, the one who was caught spying. Because no Canadian, I mean, they're nice.
right,
They're not going all patriots.
this isn't hockey. That's what we said. We didn't think they cared enough to cheat. So before that, you had the Great Britain equestrian rider who's won 3 golds, and somebody released a video of her whipping a horse in training 4 years ago. So she was forced to quit the team in disgrace. The river is apparently so dirty, it's unsafe, yet there's Olympic swimming events in it of some kind. There's at least one event in it. And politicians and famous people have been jumping into the river and swimming ceremonious laps or whatever for the last 2 weeks to try to prove there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing to see here.
Even though nothing can live in the Seine River, but that's all right. We'll keep trying.
And then yesterday, soccer got underway. There was a match between
Morocco and Argentina,
in which fans were throwing batteries on the pitch. Play had to be halted. They come back. They finish it. Argentina scores in the closing seconds to tie it at 2, only for them 2 hours later to look at tape and conclude that the goal shouldn't have counted. And they actually bring the 2 teams back to play the closing minute or so in a completely empty stadium.
They had 18 minutes of stoppage time. 18 minutes. Think about that for a second. I know you've all watched a little soccer. I know most of you are not soccer aficionados, but 18 minutes of extra time.
If you think about it, in the tournaments that just took place, when they play the 30 minutes, they break it up into 2 15-minute sessions. They just had a longer session of stoppage time than they do what we would call the first overtime. So that's just the pre-Olympics. You know, we haven't even gotten things started yet. So I don't know. There are some ominous signs to the summer games in Paris. Oh, the number 1 tennis player in the world had to withdraw. Why? Tonsillitis. What? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not fun. It's annoying. It's a little painful. But
mine were ripped at such a young age, I don't remember.
I actually had it a little bit older than most, and I had a lot of trouble, ear, nose, and throat, adenoids, and it was uncomfortable. It's why I have such a problem with pills, Mark. I took so many of them actually, like under the age of 12, that I had to cut them up, put them in pudding and applesauce.
And he still is close to putting them in pudding and applesauce. If you really want to enjoy yourself, at least once during the show, David has to take pills, and he does it during the commercial break. And it looks as if he's under interrogation from a foreign country, and they're giving him a cyanide pill. I mean, it is.
Yep. The only thing that's missing is the hose with water. I mean, it's very painful. It's true. You're right. I think I just talked myself into something. Maybe I should go back to doing it with pudding. It always went down so much better with pudding. But anyway, so that's the first 3 days of the pre-Olympics. Maybe NBC's got the right idea with Snoop and Kevin Hart and Kenan Thompson broadcasting the games. Maybe this is just going to be the Olympics that goes off the rails a little bit.
It has not started that well in any part. We'll see how the opening ceremonies go tomorrow night. If there's, the French love to protest, David.
Oh no, there's already and we've already had a PETA protest because of the whole horse video. So PETA wants the equestrian to be removed from the Olympics. So
Does
we've already
anybody
had
take
one.
PETA seriously anymore about anything? Is there anything that PETA does that you, oh, well, that's a great point? I mean, haven't they kind of completely jumped the shark that anything they ask for, you just kind of look at them and say, leave me alone?
I think fur was the last time that they made an impact. That's the last time that I think that they won. I'd consider that a win. They did a pretty good job of eliminating fur, not completely, but they did a pretty good job of at least forcing us to go fake fur. It's about the last time I remember them, but we digress. MillerMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. But that's our poll question. You got the fever, you're watching, not watching at all. Not interested. So that's the poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Most everybody voting in I'll watch category, but not interested, beating I have the fever right now, David. There are fewer people that have the fever than say they're not watching any of the summer games in Paris.
Now, as we've pointed out, and it's not like we're, brilliant scholars or anything, but the Summer Olympics are not for us. Summer Olympics are not for the hardcore male sports fan. That's not who the Summer Olympics are for. It's why, by the way, it gets such big ratings. Because the people who don't normally watch sports really are interested in the Olympics. And they commandeer the TVs, and it's kind of like the Miller household for the next 16, 17 days. Mark, what's happening in the Miller household?
The Olympics will be on nonstop. I will have to make sure when the wife opens the door that some sort of Olympic action is on, and she will ignore me entirely for the next couple of weeks to watch Olympic action. She loves it. She loves everything that's going on with it. Doesn't matter the sport for the most part.
Can I bring up a sobering topic?
I suppose.
He's out of sight and largely out of mind. But you really have to wonder about the future of Mike Trout. Mike Trout, in a normal-looking play, sliding, tore his meniscus in his, I think, left knee 3 months ago. Has surgery. 3 months now for a torn meniscus. That's a fairly long recovery. After 12, 13 weeks, he's going to play in AAA. As the DH, he lasted 2 innings. Knee hurt. I got to stop. He's 32. I mean, every full season of his career except one, he's been an all-star. Now, some of that's popularity and the whole deal. But, I mean, this was, without question, the best all-around player in baseball. This was a historically great start, first 7, 8 years to his career. I mean, up there with the Mazes of the world. In terms of his prowess in the outfield, 5-tool player, 30, 27, 36, 41, 29, 33, 39, 45. That's his home run total for 9 consecutive years. Drove in 100 or more runs 3 times. Drove in 90 or more runs 6 times. Stole as many as 49 bases. All those years that I mentioned, he was in double figures in steals. Led the league in walks 3 times. Okay. Led the league in slugging percentage 3 times. OPS 4 times. On base percentage 4 times. I mean, his career OPS is around 1,000.
Right, but in the last 5 years, he's only been able to play over 100 games one time.
Exactly. Now, one of them was the pandemic season of 2020. But this will be
that doesn't count.
Right. This will be the 3rd time in 4 years that he will play half the number of games or less. I mean, this was a historically great player who made it to the show at 19 and was arguably the best player in baseball at 21 and stayed at that level through the age of 27. I mean, he had a 7-8 year run, which stacks up historically with, quite frankly, just about anyone who's ever played the game. He's played in one playoff series of sweep. He was on the wrong end of it. He's stuck with the Angels. He won't agree to a trade. Now, if he's willing to agree to a trade, he's not healthy enough to trade for.
Yeah, what would you actually give up for Mike Trout right now?
And we all know, grew up in South Jersey, big time Philly sports fan, Eagles, Phillies, has season tickets to both, the whole deal. We got it. We know. I mean, he played a month this year. A month, 29 games. He had 10 homers, by the way. Stole 6 bases, which means in theory, if he plays the full year, he steals between 30 and 35 bags. I'm trying to think of the athlete that basically was an all-time great and at 28 hit the wall. I mean, this is a little Ken Griffey Jr., isn't it?
Well, that was the first guy I thought of, but obviously he didn't suffer this many injuries.
I mean, I think Griffey Jr. he had the one major injury in Seattle, and the injuries really started in Cincinnati. And I think once he got to Cincinnati, he was like 30. People mention Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson had a catastrophic injury, and Bo was only on the scene like 3-4 years. I'm talking about somebody who had a 7-8 year career. He's a Hall of Famer, no question about it. Could have retired at 28. Wanted to keep playing and just hit the wall. Just thought it was worth mentioning. Mike Trout, injured again. Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. They're in the store nearly every day, and along with their team, offering a warm, caring, and personal connection. One where every moment is an invitation to elegance and sophistication. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, H. Affy, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, All names synonymous with excellence and designed in the U.S. and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to sharing the stories behind these notable partnerships with you. Discover the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled beauty that define each piece of jewelry as you embark on a journey of timeless elegance. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mo Vaughn was not in the class of Mike Trout. Terrell
Got a
Davis
text
had,
that said Gale Sayers. I think that's an interesting.
yeah, I mean, Gale had 5 or 6 years, blew out the knee, came back at the 1,000-yard season, grinding it out. Terrell Davis, I don't think Terrell Davis should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way. His 3 years, he had 3 Hall of Fame years, but I don't think he had would he have been a Hall of Famer without the catastrophic knee injury? Yes, but I don't think Sam Mills was a Hall of Famer. I think he got in because he died tragically. Terrell Davis didn't do it long enough for me to be a Hall of Famer. Would have been in my book, but wouldn't have gotten my vote. Mo Vaughn had 1 year that was in Mike Trout's area code. I love Mo. That was a bummer when the Mets got him. He was shot. It's tough with football. The careers are so short, Sonny. But the Ken Griffey Jr. comparison, Griffey was fine through 30. He only had the one injury in his first 11 years. His first year in Cincinnati, he was fine. But between 31 and 32, he started breaking down. Trout started breaking down at 28. Yeah, in Wright's case, though, it was really just the one injury. But yes.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, the final Thursday of July. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Welcome to the 239 and the 904. This hour is for you. Magic numbers are 7. Week away from the Hall of Fame game. Week from tonight in Canton, Texans and Bears. The new kickoff rule. First look at Caleb Williams. Bears have indicated he'll play. They just haven't indicated how much. 30 days away from the college football season, week 0. If that's good enough for you, we're 30 days away. Florida State, Georgia Tech, 37 away from week 1. And 6 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs, Mark, to kick off the NFL season.
Ravens and Chiefs. And that takes me right where I wanted to go, David. I was looking during the break at the week 1 NFL schedule because you and I have come to a little bit of a conclusion based on results that half the teams who win week 1 make the playoffs. A quarter of the teams that lose week 1 make the playoffs.
That was the formula when 12 teams made the playoffs, 6 in each conference. That held true pretty much every year for a generation. So you had 16 games. All right, half the winners made the playoffs, a quarter of the losers made the playoffs. Some years, 9 of the winners. So it would be 3/4, if you will. 9-3 was the ratio. But every year for a generation, the ratio was at least 8-4.
Let me just wet your whistle with some of these week 1 games and understand that some of these teams are obviously going to be 0-1. You mentioned Ravens and Chiefs right off the bat. Pretty solid game. 2 teams that we both think are going to be in the playoffs. Packers and Eagles in Brazil the next night. Hell, some publications have the Packers going to the Super Bowl. Steelers, Falcons. Pittsburgh, a perennial playoff team. Atlanta now with Kirk Cousins. Many think they'll take over the South in the NFC. Jags and Dolphins.
Mm-hmm. If you remember last year, Miller and Moulton, anyway, put an awful lot of weight on the season opener, Miami at the Chargers. We, at the beginning of the season, said winner will make the playoffs and the loser will not.
Not
Miami
a lot of
won
division.
a close one.
Not a lot of division games to open the season, but this one's interesting because Houston plays at Indianapolis. The Cowboys and the Browns play one another week 1.
2 teams who won 23 regular season games last year.
The Rams and the Lions open the season against one another.
Playoff rematch.
And the Jets and the Niners, your game on Monday night.
Now, it's worth noting that last year the ratio was 10-4. Of the 14 playoff teams, 10 of them won week 1. Think about that. 16 winners week 1. 63% of them made the playoffs. 4 of the losers made the playoffs. Interesting to note, 3 of the 4 losers lost to playoff teams. There was only 1 team who lost week 1 to a non-playoff team that made the playoffs. The Buffalo Bills to the Jets on Monday Night Football, week 1. So that's how it broke down last year. 10 of the 16 winners made the playoffs in year 2 of 14 teams making the playoffs. And I believe, by the way, the ratio was the exact same the year before. And only 4 teams that lost made the playoffs, but 3 of the 4 lost. Like the Texans lost, I think, to Baltimore week 1. And the other 2 will the Chiefs lost at home to the Lions.
Right.
And trying to remember the other one off the top of my head. So 3 of the 4 teams that lost to other playoff teams. So they were okay, if you will. But it is worth noting that only one team who lost just week 1 out of 17, only one team who lost to a non-playoff team ended up making the playoffs.
So we put a little more stock in week 1 than probably most shows in the country do, because the research we've done shows that it matters. And again, if you think that Ravens and Chiefs are both playoff teams, well, there's one of your 4 losers. Do you think the Packers and Eagles are both playoff teams? That's 2 of your losers. Cowboys, Browns, Jags, Dolphins, Rams, Lions, Jets, Niners. I mean, there's a lot of intriguing week 1 games that we think have 2 playoff teams in them.
Okay, of all the games that you just mentioned, believe it or not, the game that would surprise me the most if the loser didn't make the playoffs is not the Ravens Chiefs. Because I actually think there's a chance that the Ravens in that very loaded AFC North, like Mark, I think it's very possible that there can be, first off, a 10-win team in the AFC that misses the playoffs. And also that if that were to happen, it would likely come from the North, where a 10-win team finishes 3rd and loses out on a tiebreaker because of it. So it would not totally shock me if the loser of Ravens Chiefs misses the playoffs. But to me, it would genuinely shock me if the loser of Rams Lions missed the playoffs. The NFC is so much weaker than the AFC. And to me, those are clearly 2 of the 5 best teams in the conference. I mean, I'm higher on the Rams than I am the Cowboys.
Interesting, but I can see where it comes from.
And so it would really surprise me if both the Lions and the Rams do not make the playoffs. Because I think the Rams are only getting better. I know they lost Aaron Donald. I know. I am paying attention. But I think the Rams, were on the rise. I mean, think about in the last 2 months of last year, regular season and postseason, their only 2 losses were 2 very close games at Baltimore in overtime and to the Lions when they were in the red zone to win the game late. I mean, the Rams were a good team at the end of the year last year. And, you're talking to the wrong show because Miller and Moulton think Matt Stafford can play.
100%. But you could say the same thing about the Niners and the Jets. And I know the Jets have to stay healthy, but I think the loser of that game's making the playoffs.
See,
You're not sold on the Jets. You think the Jets can miss the postseason.
Well, of course I think they can miss the postseason. The obvious line is, well, they're the Jets. But to be serious for a moment, the offensive line is still, to me, a huge concern. They are banking once again, Mark, on injury-prone veteran tackles to stay healthy and protect a 40-year-old quarterback. I only know of 2 40-year-old quarterbacks who have ever made the playoffs, Favre and Brady. And Favre did it once. I mean, even with modern day training and medicine and what have you, 40's old. And that line is a big question mark. The left tackle hasn't played more than 11, 13 games in a season in 6 years. You tell me that line's going to hold up, I'll bet money on the Jets making the playoffs. But I am not sold on it, Mark. I'm sorry. Same with the Dolphins' offensive line.
Whose offensive line are you more concerned about, the Dolphins or the Jets?
the Jets, believe it or not. Because I don't think the Dolphins' offensive line will crater like we've seen the Jets' offensive line in recent years crater. I think the Jets' floor is for the line is lower than the Dolphins. I think the Jets' ceiling is higher, but I think their floor is lower. Also, Rodgers, with that offense, tough to judge, but I don't know. Tua gets rid of the ball pretty quickly.
So does Aaron Rodgers, though. I mean, come
on. He does. Yeah, he does.
I mean, they're very similar in that regard, that the ball's not in their hands for very long. Now, I like who Tua's throwing to more than what's in New York right now.
So it's just tough betting. That's why I think a lot of people keep falling back on the Bills. We don't think the Bills' ceiling is as high as it's been in the past, but we think the Bills' floor is higher than the other two. We think there's a bottom to the Bills that's still a winning team.
Bills, after an easy week 1, have a tough next couple of games. The Bills open up with the Cardinals, and they're at Miami, home for the Jags, at the Ravens, at the Texans, at the Jets.
Are you willing to come to the same conclusion that we came to last year? We looked at the Dolphins-Chargers game and said only one of these two is going to make the playoffs. We thought, in fairness, it was a wild card tiebreaker. And Mark, of course, went with the Chargers, and I went with the Dolphins because we're both mildly in the tank for our respective teams. Are you willing to come to the same conclusion for Jags-Dolphins this year? Winners in, losers out?
No, because I think the loser on either side can still win the division.
Okay.
I don't know if that's necessarily a wild card game, if you know what I mean. I want to see if Houston doesn't regress, and to see with Trevor Lawrence healthy with the pressure on him, how he performs this year. A lot riding on how that quarterback plays.
I'm more worried about their offensive line. I mean, when you got people who are closely associated with the organization saying we got to get more physical on both sides of the ball. Same about the Dolphins. Both the Jags and the Dolphins, they're similar teams. There's a lot of prettiness to both teams. Are they both tough enough? Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when? About 25 minutes away. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home was over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Had to pack.
For home?
Yep.
Out today?
Yep.
Good.
Have to make 2 trips.
Well, yeah, you got 2 people with walkers. You can't fit. I mean, you got to take one with them and one with the luggage.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't fit 2 walkers and a toilet, if you will. I can't
Right.
fit it. I can't fit 2 people, 2 walkers, and a toilet in our SUV. So I have to make 2 trips just for the heavy stuff, if you know what I mean. That doesn't even count, equipment and clothes.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. This is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. A final Thursday of July. Thanks so much for being with us. Now, I'm a little more geeked out on this than you. You know, I acknowledge that. I hope this doesn't bore you. And I don't just mean you, Mark. I mean our audience. But I am genuinely getting geeked out about the baseball season for this sense. I don't know what team can't win the World Series right now. I mean, is there answer this? Do you consider any current team that meets the threshold of being great?
I think the Phillies are the closest.
I would agree with you.
I think the Phillies are the closest. They've got great frontline starters. They hit the ball all the way through their lineup. I think the Phillies are close.
The Phillies are lacking one more bat in the outfield. The middle of the Phillies rotation has begun to, I think, come back down to earth a little bit. And the Phillies could use another arm in the back end of the bullpen. And some of their guys, Schwarber, Castellanos, are huge either thumpers or strikeout artists. And in a short playoff series, they've been both. They've been great and they've been over. The other thing that I have to wonder about, Mark, the Phillies the last 2 years have been 80-plus win teams who've done great damage in the playoffs. Is this like the Braves? The Braves World Series team of recent lore was the team that was below 500 in late July, you know, finished fairly strong, but got red hot in the postseason and won it. I think they won 90 games that year. Their last two teams have combined won nearly 210 games and haven't even made the LCS. I'm almost wondering, you know, if you're the Phillies, we talked with Rob Ellis a week or so ago and asked him, is this the best Phillies team since they won the World Series in 08? And he said, the funny thing is, guys, I actually think the 2011 Phillies team might have been the best Phillies team in the last 40 years. And they got beat in a best of 5 by the Cardinals.
The Dodgers will get healthier, so they're going to be a threat to anyone. They're banged up, but that team will be healthier come the postseason. So they have the ability to be great. They have the ability to get on a run in the postseason, David, just by the fact that so many guys are coming back. But as we mentioned earlier, Yelich now on the IL. We don't know how long that's going to be for the Brewers, so that affects that team greatly.
Well, and quite frankly, it means the division's still in play, even though they have a 6-game lead.
100%.
Mark, remember it was like a month ago, and we were bemoaning the fact that literally in the National League 4+ weeks ago, there was only 4 teams that were above 500. Now there are 9. 9. And there are teams lurking to get on a roll like the Reds, the Cubs, and the Giants, who are in a similar spot of where the Texas Rangers are right now. Because, Mark, there are 9 teams in the American League 500 or above. And then you've got the Texas Rangers who are doing what they said they had to do. They're whooping up on the White Sox. They're 3 out in the West and only 2 games below 500. And they just got Scherzer back, although he didn't do well. They're supposed to get DeGrom back in 2 weeks. Now, all of a sudden, here come the Texas Rangers, the defending World Series.
Quick sidebar. When DeGrom comes back, does he finish the regular season without having to go on the IL again?
I think he does.
Okay, then they're a legit player in that division.
Got to remember, the 84-win Arizona Diamondbacks last year made it to the World Series. The year before, the 86-win Philadelphia Phillies team made it to the World Series. The year before that, the 90-win Braves team won the World Series.
Now, Baltimore's not great, David, but in reading a lot of the trade speculations and seeing how many players Baltimore is supposedly interested in, Baltimore has the ability to get really damn good here in the next week, 6 days, if you know what I mean.
Well, they have a terrific lineup, and they do have a number one starter in Burns. Now, he's pitching in the final year of his contract, but I mean, listen, I've heard that the Orioles may be changing their tune and that Holiday might even be on the trade market. Their number one prospect, who they called up for a brief time, he didn't perform well. They sent him back down. He's still in AAA. That, if they can, that they think they can win the World Series this year.
Right. They want to go get the starter in Chicago, the White Sox that they've got on the market. They've got a hitter that they're after. So they look as if they're going to make moves.
But, I mean, imagine it. This, to me, for baseball, this has an NFL feel to it, Mark. We're 100 to 105 games into the season. Do the math. Where are we then in an NFL season? We've played 11 games out of 17, 12. We're right around in between. We've played 11 or 12 games of an NFL season. We have, once again, I'll do the math. We have over 60% of the league over 500. And we've got 70% of the league, Mark, that is literally within 3 games of a playoff spot or in the playoffs. I mean, this has a very NFL feel to it right now, in which we're approaching Thanksgiving of an NFL season, is about where we are in the baseball season. Now, the problem for us as fans is the NFL had their trade deadline 2-3 weeks ago. In baseball, their trade deadline's Tuesday.
Does anybody ever notice, and maybe it's just me because David and I have worked together for 18 years, that David just took a great baseball segment and managed to trash the NFL trade deadline, something that's near and dear to his heart, at the end of it. He just snuck in there very subtly that the NFLs would have been 2-3 weeks ago. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But as the NFL begins to trade more, they're coming along to your line of thinking, David.
And they are. They've pushed it back, and they pushed it back again. They have pushed it back twice here in the last handful of years. But they're still, if the NFL were the baseball season, the trade deadline would have been before the All-Star break. Look at what's happened since the All-Star break. Pirates, Mets, Rangers. Okay, a lot of teams have gotten on rolls here.
Astros.
Both the Padres and the Diamondbacks have figured it out. I know there's 3 people listening who care about the Arizona Diamondbacks, but we did say a month ago that their starting pitching is underperformed. Jordan Montgomery was hurt. They've got a good run differential. That's a good team that's underperforming. That's a better team than the team that went to the World Series last year. And now they've figured it out. I really think a general manager can win a World Series in the next 5 days is what I'm getting at. And that's what you and I want for the NFL. That if you push that deadline back 2-3 weeks, the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, make that your trade deadline in the NFL, where you pretty much know the pretenders and the contenders.
So that's a little layout of what's going on in Major League Baseball. And as we've been saying for a couple of weeks, there are a lot of teams still in the hunt and not a lot of sellers out there. Will anything get done because the sellers are demanding a king's ransom for anything that they have, David?
I think there's so many teams, Mark, in need. I think they get it. And by the way, the Rays and the Marlins should be huge sellers and should be able to get a boatload. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller & Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Do you leave a tip for housekeeping?
Yes, I usually do $10 a day. Sometimes I only do $5 a day. But yeah, like I mean, no one's been in here. I've been here 4 days. No one's been in here, but I have a 20 on the desk. Now I straighten up the garbage and I do put all the the towels are on the floor, but I do grab all the towels and I just put them usually in a tub or in the shower. I just put them all together. Boom. I never make up the bed. I just leave it. And I'll make sure that I usually, the garbage at least has a rhyme and nothing's overflowing, nothing's on the floor. Sometimes I put it in those, plastic bags at Publix or something like that. So there might be 2 or 3 of them, but
So you clean before the cleaners come?
I straighten up, I'd say. I bring order to the mess. Just to try to make it, a little less.
Yeah. I was just curious.
So they could spend a few less minutes in this room. Floors are done. The floors were 90 to 95% done dinner time yesterday. So finishing touches on it now.
So, David, you'll appreciate this because what I'm going through is not anything near what your wife's going through, but the level of service is similar. I don't feel like my face is getting better.
Right.
It's come up, it's around my eye, it's painful. So I called yesterday and said, is my biopsy done one? And when it wasn't, I said, this is getting worse, not better. I don't think the medication's working. So we got a message into the
right.
I'm working with the physician's assistant. So message into her, supposedly. I get a call back about 4:45 saying I've got to go to the portal and transfer and take pictures of my face and send it. Now I've taken pictures. I thought for sure during the show I'd get a call today, like at 9 a.m. the next day. No, nothing. I've just told them to take pictures.
Right. Everybody, if we can do more work for everyone. Used to just be filling up our tank. Now it's we self-serve at the grocery store. Now we're self-serving our healthcare.
Right.
Right. Yep. By the way, the curtains are an olive color, for those that are wondering. The carpet is green with brown tan weaves through it.
Well, it'll hide the vomit that way.
That's true. The bedroom walls are light green. The living suite area is dark green. Ceilings are white.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question involves the Olympics. The coverage on NBC gets underway tomorrow night with the opening ceremonies. There's actually stuff going on. There's stuff happened yesterday. There's stuff going on today. What's that on USA Network today?
Soccer, rugby, maybe some archery. I don't know, David. I just don't know.
Who knows? Maybe Snoop will be on the archery coverage. But
I'd like
get
Snoop
ready.
on rugby coverage. Snoop describing a scrum.
So anyway, our Olympic poll question does not involve Snoop, although in a way it does because he's part of NBC's coverage. And how much of it are you going to watch? Are you in? I'm all in. I got the fever. I'll watch. I mean, it's late July. What else on? No, I have no interest. I don't. You know, I mean, I wish WNBA was still playing. To be honest, what?
Got golf this weekend you can watch.
Yeah, and what a field! What a field it always is for the 3M Open in Minneapolis too. Let me tell you, right after the Open Championship. Okay, in an Olympic year.
Right.
And before the whole FedEx Cup playoffs begins, when they've played every elevated event and all four majors in an Olympic year. You want to talk about a field, check out who's at the 3M Open in Minneapolis.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Start today in 1946, Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, their first show together in Atlantic City. 1964, A Hard Day's Night goes #1. It would stay there for 14 weeks. Today in 65, Bob Dylan freaked out the folks at the Newport Folk Fest when he went electric and got booed. The beginning of the folk rock scene in our country. Pete Rose set the NL record for hitting in 38 consecutive games today in 1978. That, by the way, the same year the first test tube baby was born, 78.
That's a biggie when you think about it. They called it test tube baby, but that, that's IVF.
Right?
By the way, the that I think it was a girl. Uh, she's had a healthy life, and the first two test tube babies have given birth since naturally. So the fears when we had the first test tube baby about they wouldn't be able to produce on their own. No, it's worked out really well.
All right, today in 1980, Back in Black was released.
That's good.
It's a really good album.
It's solid.
Metallica releases their debut album today in 83, Kill 'Em All. Today in 1990, one of the worst national anthems was ever sung. It was in San Diego. Roseanne did it. And Sleepless in Seattle premiered today in 1993.
I thought the movie was okay. Kind of cute. The kid was cute. I think you watch that movie now and you look at it and you go, this was all right. This was a 6, maybe a 6.5.
I'm a Meg Ryan fan, so I brought it up.
Okay.
And you love rom-coms, so I figured I was
do.
Going right to your wheelhouse. And you gave a great delivery on your thoughts of the movie.
I just think it's actually an overrated rom-com, but everybody loved the kid and the 2 lead actors.
Walter Payton would have celebrated a birthday today. Matt LeBlanc is 57 and Bryce Young is 23. What did I miss, David?
The end for Mussolini today. The Italians got together and tapped him on the shoulder and said, yeah, you're done. Today in 43. And Rock Hudson. This was a BFD in 1985 when, the AIDS was being whispered about. Rock Hudson came out and said, yeah, I have AIDS.
It was a big deal. It was a really big deal.
Yeah. Because the original reports were he had liver cancer. Oh, okay. And he said, no, I have AIDS. And then that's what got Elizabeth Taylor involved. And, the movement was underway.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Las Vegas, where a good Samaritan found a dog, Gizmo, a Chihuahua mix, that escaped from the backyard in the Southwest Valley of Vegas as a pup. Because of its microchip, it was reunited with its owners 9 years later.
Wow.
Yeah. Gizmo. Gizmo and 2 dogs slipped away from the backyard. A neighbor helped gather the other 2. She saw someone pick Gizmo up. Extensive searches went to locate him. Never happened. 9 years later, able to get the dog back with its rightful owner. For the bad, we go to Seattle, where a 43-year-old international traveler got busted not once but twice for carrying the same illicit drugs into the same airport. Customs and Border Patrol seized pounds of GHB from a traveler who entered the United States from Amsterdam. After he was released from jail, he came back to the same airport, once again traveling from Amsterdam to the Seattle-Tacoma airport, where he was busted a second time carrying the same exact drugs.
What can't you fix, Mark?
Stupid. Can't be done. Finally, the ugly. A tourist in Death Valley, California was hospitalized over the weekend after making contact with the blistering sand dunes that scalded his bare feet and caused third-degree burns. A 42-year-old man from Belgium lost his shoes while taking a short walk in the flat sand dunes. It was 122 degrees Fahrenheit when this guy decided to go for a walk and then apparently lost his shoes. David,
Mhm.
you ever lost your shoes while walking?
No.
And you
I've
wear,
not.
you wear slip-ons. I wear flip-flops. Easily losable. You could lose a shoe. It's possible. You could lose an Elizabeth shoe. You'd find that more quickly than your shoe. But I can't imagine saying, I've lost my flip-flops. Let's walk through the sand that's 125 degrees.
No, I'd make it about 3 to 5 steps.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 25th, 2024.
By the way, and I'd like to thank a longtime listener, Dave, big Louisville fan, for pointing this out. I have been remiss on Thursdays and Fridays for a couple of months now when I give out the, hey, here's what you can watch. Because apparently, and we talk about embracing streaming and all that, and I actually pay for this streaming package of Hulu, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus because of the ESPN Plus portion of it. They have CFL games. And Dave is apparently a big CFL fan. So tonight you can, if you have that streaming service, Saskatchewan at Montreal. I think that's the Rough Riders and the Alouettes,
It's
right?
exactly right. Beat me to it.
So there you have it. There's football, and it's something other than, in fact, Mark, do you have that because of your daughter? Do you have Disney Plus?
I have the ESPN Hulu Disney Plus pack.
I'm not kidding. I will pay money for you to do this tonight. I really will. Put a price tag on it. I will pay it. I really want you, when your wife is putting on some kind of searching something tape delayed for some sort of Olympic stuff on the main TV tonight, stuff being replayed from earlier in the day, if you could put the Saskatchewan Montreal game on the second TV in the living room, I would pay you to do it.
I can make that happen.
Don't put a baseball game. Put the football game and stick to it and take note of the commentary. What is this? What's going on?
My daughter will go nuts. She hates football. Because dad pulls out 3 television and ignores her on the weekends.
Honey, I'm working. I don't know I'm working.
We talk about football every day on this show.
Yeah.
You want to go to gymnastics this week? Watch the game with me.
Yep. I just got to pay for it, honey. 8 games today in Major League Baseball, 6 of them in the afternoon, including a mighty nooner with the Marlins. I know a guy, Jonathan, big Orioles fan. He went down last night, got a hotel room, watched his Orioles lose 6-3 again to the Marlins. Listen, you got to bet. And it's minus 235, but come on, the Marlins aren't sweeping the Orioles, are they? I know the Cubs went to Baltimore and swept the Orioles a week and a half ago, but come on. I mean, are the Orioles really going to get swept in South Florida? So that's a mighty nooner.
Minus 260.
I saw minus 235, but yeah. Oh no, I know it's not worth betting, but come on.
We'll make our couple of bucks on it.
Marlins aren't sweeping. Rays are in Toronto. That's a mid-afternoon game, 3:00. Getaway series tied at 1. Probably best matchup of the day, though, is Braves at Mets. Mets just a game and a half behind the Braves for a wild card. And a good pitching matchup of Sale against Severino. So a low over-under in that game is 7.5. But 8 games in baseball, 6 of them this afternoon. CFL on ESPN Plus, Saskatchewan, Montreal. That's what I got.
3M will be underway. Don't worry. Don't forget about the golf, David.
Tell you what, you watch a lot of golf. You are into golf. All right. Come on. Have you looked at the field of the 3M? And I
No.
love that part of America. I love Minneapolis. I love Minnesota. They're beautiful in July. All right. And they do a great job. A bunch of Fortune 500 companies support that tournament. Okay. It's an underrated part of America as far as I'm concerned. I love the tournament. Course
know
is
what
fun.
I don't
But
know what you're talking about. Justin Lauer is winning the tournament at 3 under through 8 holes. What?
okay. All right. Yeah.
It's a glorified Corn Ferry event.
Well, and this is where, I get it. You got more than 40, 50, 60, 80 golfers on tour. But this is where you look and you go, there probably is room for LIV if you combine the tours and what have you. And, maybe this is the part of the year where you go outside the States and you could play a big event, like an F1 race type thing. You make it our big event wherever. Just throwing it out there.
Well, they've got to figure something out because the non-elevated events have become a joke from a field standpoint.
And they're asking the title sponsor to pay 10 to 20 million. And they're like, have you seen the field for this event? Who am I putting on the posters? Never mind the 2 or 3 guys who commit to it. And then depending on how they do in the Open Championship, withdraw before the Pro-Am.
Now, I think this draws pretty well locally, though, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. No.
Because they go to Detroit next week, I believe, for the Rocket Mortgage, and that gets a bad field too, but it's packed. It's jam-packed.
Yeah, no, that part of the country supports their sports. I know the event's on solid footing. It's just not Finau, I think, threatened to win it a couple years ago, but it's been struggling to get names.
And he's back there again this year as well.
Hovland, when he just turned pro, was in the final group a few years ago, threatening to win it. Anyway, don't want to belabor the point. Hey, have a great rest of your day. Vote on our poll question if you haven't already. And what do you say we do a Football Friday tomorrow, Miller and Moulton?
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.